have no idea where my phone is. That's fine. Fuck it. That's a little too bright, I think. Let's turn that light off. I'm still a little too bright. What are you gonna do? Like, what do you do about this? I don't know. It's fucking bright outside. Like, fuck. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Bloom into who? Bloom into me. That's a reference for you. You're welcome. Are you enjoying this rare, warm, sunny bank holiday? I mean, we've been warned that we were going to have a heat wave, so we've been mentally preparing for the sweats. I just realized a baby potty back there. Clark found her old baby potty and just put it there, and I didn't move it. So, now what are you gonna do? Love your outfit today. Thank you. The shirt I will always and forever think of as my Disco Elysium shirt from now on. I wanted to put on some makeup today, but I don't want to sweat it off. That sounds gross. So I might just do a little eyeshadow and just leave it. But first, an electrochemistry shirt. Exactly. Hi, Danny. How are you, bud? Clark has officially dropped her nap since she doesn't have the pacifier anymore. She just doesn't. She just can't sleep in the middle of the day, which is, she's at an age where she doesn't necessarily need one. But her bedtime has been 8:00. So we weren't personally told, but for me, doing a bunch of research, it was basically maybe try moving their bedtime back a little bit. And before, her schedule was 7 to 7, right? And now it's been 8 to 7 or 8 to 6 or however long that she sleeps. So I was like, well, if she's not napping, then we can just put her to bed at 7 again. Because she gets overtired by 8:00. It's like a nightmare trying to put her to bed. So Sam is awake and hanging out with her at 1 p.m. What is this world? But we just got our first vaccines. Yay! I slept okay, but Sam sleeps on his left side a lot. And they were like, what's your dominant hand? And Sam was like, well, I do majority of stuff with my right hand. He was born left-handed, but kind of trained into using his left hand, or his right hand, so he uses both. But yeah, so he was like, just shoot the left arm. And then the second he climbed into bed, he was like, I've made a mistake, because I sleep on my left side almost exclusively. So he was waking himself up constantly, oh God, oh no. Just constantly waking up. So he's so tired. Any side effects? It's very sore. I haven't had any side effects other than that. When I was the one driving, and we got in the car, and I probably should have just kept it to myself, but I was like, my arm is hot. Sam was like, what? It's like, yeah, it's really tingly. It's really tingly and hot. And there was a long pause, and he was like, can you drive? And I was like, yeah, it should be fine. And it was totally fine. But yeah, so I've been doing a lot of this, and a lot of, Sam was making fun of this one, but I've been doing a lot of this. So I do 10 of these, and 10 of these, and 10 of these. I haven't taken any painkillers for it yet. I haven't really needed to. It's like it aches and it hurts, but it's not so bad that it's bothering me really. I drive automatic. I've driven a manual before. I am not good at it. And I didn't have to. I wasn't in a situation where I needed to like get good at it. So, I pretty much, when I started driving, I was exclusively driving our old truck, and the truck was an automatic, so. The first day and night after seemed to be the worst for us. Hopefully you're good this round. Ooh, I hope so. Yeah, they're thinking, because it's like 8 to 12 weeks in between. So, yeah. So by the end of August, we should be good, I think. Yeah. Long time. Maybe it'll be like, maybe it'll be the earlier end of that. Who knows? Currently, they have a thing right now where if you go in with your spouse, I don't know why this is, but like Sam and I, technically our appointments were on different days, but he was able to go in with me and be like, this is my wife. And they were like, cool. And just gave us both our shots. I don't know why. Current studies are showing 12 weeks is better for efficacy. Oh, interesting. Were there a lot of people? No. We literally walked right in. We walked in. They were like, what's your NHS number? And I was like, I don't know. And they were like, scan this QR code and it should tell you. And it did. And I like, thank God. I was like, I know I have one because I paid dues to the NHS when I applied to live in this country. So I know I have one. I just have no idea what it is and I don't know how to find it. And they were like, okay, scan this, put in your information, and if you have one, it'll email it to you. And I had one, thank God. But yeah, once we gave them our NHS numbers, literally walked in, they asked us a bunch of questions and then gave us shots. And then they were like, please sit outside for 15 minutes. And Sam set a timer. And that was it. Something's moving under the door. Is it a spider? Let's find out. Hello? You moved to the desk side? The desk side? What does that mean? Like it walked this way? It's probably a spider. I don't care about spiders. It looked huge and black. It's a spider, probably. If he wants to be seen, he will be seen, I suppose. All right, which direction do we want to go today? I want to try all of these colors because they're so feisty. We could either try and do colors like these or something complementary. Let's see. I'm not going to do foundation though. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. What would Dum Dum Cop do? What would Hobo Cop, Disco Dum Dum do? In what situation? The situation with a spider or the situation with his makeup? It's a great question. What kind of makeup would Harry Dubois do? don't know. I think I'm going to do this kind of shit. Yeah. I think that would be cute. We're not going to put anything down, which means it's not going to be super dark. It's fine. I don't want a ton of makeup on right now. It's hot. Okay. And then, actually, maybe I'll do this first. Hi, everybody. Makeup stream. Yeah, I just wanted like a little something. And blend, and blend, and blend, and blend. Yeah, that's pretty punchy. I need a little more. On that side. No, I think they're fine. I think that's fine. And then I'm gonna try the finger method with this one that I want to be like the good shit. That's cute. You can't really tell the difference? I can tell it though. It's just a little like light pink shimmer shit like right in the middle. I like it. I like it. Cool. That works. I wish I had pencil eyeliner. I don't really have anything right now. But that's okay. Beep, 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 beep. There was, I mean, it might be the same one. There was a spider that was like hanging out on my drapes yesterday. So it might just be the same one. He might just think I'm, you know, cool as hell. He just wants to hang out with me. In which case, what's up, buddy? That's fine. Let's be bros. I don't mind. Or maybe it's a big ass motherfucker and I don't know. But either way, it's chill. Where? There you are. Always using liquid eyeliner. At first I was like, you know, I'll just stick to liquid eyeliner because actually, you know what I'm going to do? There it is. It's just a little, if I stick with liquid eyeliner, then I'll learn liquid eyeliner a bit better because I'm not great with it. And now I'm like, why do I only have liquid eyeliner? That's a bit better. Spooter friend, do you see him? Hi, Watson. Apparently there's a spider in here if you're hungry. She likes to chase spiders. What can I say? Ooh, keep rotating. I feel like this look is starting to suit. It's kind of like a strung out chic look. I'm okay with it. Can someone give me the ability to not be creeped out by spiders? I, as with many things in life, I think, I was never like terrified of spiders, but I became much more chill around spiders once I researched how often they actually like are aggressive. Like the ratio of aggressive ones versus non-aggressive ones is crazy, right? Like most spiders just want to like do their thing and be left alone. And I think like learning about spiders made me more chill around them. Again, I never had like arachnophobia, so I'm sure that it's different to tackle if you're like legitimately just terrified of spiders. But yeah, as with many things, learning about the thing that I was nervous around helped. Oh, totally. Yeah, I had well, I'm not going to say that. A friend's mom was bit by a really bad spider where I grew up. So, like, yes, I know what it's like to grow up in an area where there are really bad spiders around. But generally, you're fine. Cool. Call that good. Move on with our lives. Bam. Da 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 da. Anyway, let's move on from spider talk, guys. I know that it is like interesting for a lot of people, but for some people it's going to make them straight up just leave. So, yeah. Is there makeup that people don't have to take off every day? I mean, there's makeup that's not as bad for you. There's mineral makeups, there's tinted moisturizers, there's stuff like that. But it's all, no matter what it is that you put on, it's always recommended that you like cleanse your face at night. That's true. Some people get makeup tattoos. That's true. Everybody in chat keeps being like, it's moving around constantly. Yeah, I mean, if you like do your makeup exactly the same for years, some people have done the same makeup for years and years and years, and it's like, if I can make this an easier process, why not do it, you know? So, oh, wrong pair of trousers, but FYI, I'm wearing 2 pairs of trousers right now. Ugh. We went over the landing, like down the stairs. I've never heard of someone wearing multiple trousers before. Well, when this sort of shit happens, you kind of have to if you want to keep wearing them. Yeah. All natural rips, baby. We got small rips, we got big rips. I'm a 30-year-old woman who still cannot put on makeup effectively. Look, I've talked about this a million times, but I've been there. I learned how to use makeup, and I'm still not great at it, but I learned how to use makeup maybe, 5 years ago? So when I was like around 30, 29 or 30, I only learned because I was hosting a show where I needed to have my makeup done, and they cut funding, and I couldn't have a person do my makeup anymore. And the lovely people that had done my makeup in the past were like, we put together a makeup kit for you. We're going to teach you the basics. And bless them, I don't think I ever would have tackled like figuring out anything without them. You're not alone. There's plenty of people who feel really overwhelmed by makeup or just don't have an interest in it, and both are fine. But if you do have an interest in it, it can be really fun. And I've been trying to, try new things with it when I can, and I found that there are some like types of beauty content, like makeup content, that I really enjoy. So, yeah. How are you? How was your first shot? Yeah, it was fine. Sam's having a rougher time than me, I think. I haven't had to take any like pain medication or anything, but I'm also like doing this stuff like constantly, like just moving the arm around a lot. The worst that it got was it's very tender to the touch, and Clark has been doing a thing lately where if she wants help putting on shoes, she won't just sit and let you put the shoes on. She'll stand and drape herself on you. And so I kept being like, okay, I'm going to put on your shoes, but don't touch this arm, right? Because it hurts really bad. And she instantly like threw her whole weight into the arm, and I was like, no, it hurts so bad. That's the worst that it's been. But yeah, it's just really tender. It's achy. But I slept fine overall. Sam came to bed really early. He fell asleep on the beanbag for a couple of hours. A lot of people said that the shot makes you lethargic, so it's normal. He fell asleep on his beanbag for a couple of hours, like around like 1 a.m. and then came to bed around 4 or 5. And so we were like, if he's going to get up at 1 o'clock to hang out with Clarky, he's going to be fine. He's going to have gotten lots of sleep, but he almost exclusively sleeps on his left side. So he kept rolling onto it and waking himself up. So he actually didn't sleep very well. Love the eyes today. Why, thank you. We just did them on stream. That's why I got the shot in my right. Yeah, Sam is left-handed, but was like taught to do so many things with his right hand that he was like, just put it into my left arm, because either way something's gonna hurt to do, but at least at least I can use my mouse arm, right? And did not even, until he got into bed, did not even think about the fact that he sleeps on his left side. Yeah, Sam's a lefty. So is Clarky. Clarky's a lefty. So we were playing baseball outside. For her birthday, my parents got her one of those little like T-ball things. So we were playing baseball outside, and she kept getting confused because I stand on the opposite side to hit the ball. So I would hit the ball from one side, and she would stand where I was and try to hit it, and it would like go into the dirt, and I'd be like, try coming to this side, honey. Yeah, we got Pfizer. Having Dukes on in the background while I'm cleaning. I'm finally getting it a bit more tidy. It's doing wonders for my mental health. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Sam and I were talking the other day about how, like, the both of us are definitely the sort of people where when we look up, like, things that we're going through mentally, clutter is, like, a huge issue. It's like here's a list of things that can really help this sort of person out, and one of them is, like, try to have less clutter, try to always put things back right where they're supposed to be, try to, like, have less stuff around. And I'm just like, oh my God, I have such a problem with that. So we've been, like, looking around the house, and I've been trying to, like, choose little things to work on, but I keep winding up focusing on things that are much easier to do. Like, I went through all of Clark's clothes. It's not necessary. I mean, it's good to have it done, but it's not, like, one of the areas that's, like, a problem area for us mentally, Yeah, well, I've talked about this before, but, like, my grandfather is, like, a full-on hoarder. We have a shop on our property that my grandfather lived in for years, and there were lots of plans for this shop. It was built when I was a kid. It's basically like a gigantic barn, but made out of metal. There were lots of plans for it, and it is completely full of stuff that my grandpa just kept collecting. And he passed away 15 years ago, and my parents still have had so much trouble getting through it, because he was like a really brilliant mechanic, and so there's lots of stuff in there that's actually worth a decent amount. One of the things that he hoarded was cars, so he had like 30 cars, because he would buy a car that was dirt cheap, because he would look inside and be like, it's got a perfectly good engine in it. I can use the engine in this car to fix this other car that I just bought, right? So he would just collect just, like, more and more and more cars. The cars were not in the shed, no. The cars were, like, just collected outside. So the cars are all gone now. And they've made, like, a huge dent on the inside, but there's still just so much. And when Sam and I have talked about potentially having, like, a place that we can stay that's like our place, when we go to visit them, so that we could work and not bother them, and etc. My mom was like, oh well, the shop would be perfect for that. There's already, like, living spaces in there that were built, which is true, but there's so much going on in there. So now I'm like, okay, so now the plan is, when I can finally visit, I start helping out with the shop. So we'll see what happens with that. Yeah. Oh yeah. My dad also worked as a mechanic for years. So the reason that I bring up my grandpa is because my grandpa was, like, full on hoarder, right? My dad is the sort of person who gets really attached to things. He's not nearly as bad as my grandpa was. But it's really hard for him to get rid of stuff. And so if he has somewhere to put it, he'll put it there. But, like, it's not as bad, right? And then there's me, and I think my brother and I both have issues like this, but my brother's much more of a minimalist than I am. So he's been able to be more strict with himself, I think. But we both, like, have pack rat tendencies. So it's like it's decreased over time, which is great. But it's something that I'm super aware of being an issue for me. That rat gang. I have that problem too. It's hard for me to get rid of stuff. Yeah. And I think some people have come up with, like, really good, like, one of the things that I have trouble getting rid of is, like, cards. Um, and I've kept a bunch of them, thinking to myself, like all of the cards that we got when Clarky was born and stuff like that. I've kept all of those. And what some people have done is they got like ring hooks and basically turned them into a book. So it's just like a book of cards that all had to do with the same thing. So you could put all of your wedding cards together like a book, all of your, newborn baby cards together like a book. And I like that idea. I think that's cute. I just haven't done it. So when I come across them, I'm like, oh, fuck. Birthday cards, I get rid of. But, oh my God, cables are a huge issue for Sam and I, yeah. Sam has a real, well, I'm not going to put the blame on him, but just so that you know it's not just me. Sam has a real issue with electronics in general. That's actually a great idea. We should do that on study hall. I'll find all the cards and get everything that I need, and we'll make a card book for study hall. You always keep the boxes during warranty. That's a thing my brother does. I do not. I don't. I can't keep boxes around. It stresses me out so much because there's yeah. I know that all we should need is like if we have everything that we normally use plugged into our computers. Beyond that, we should only need one or two, like two maximum of every cable, like extra, right? But I'm positive we have like 20 micro USB cables. Like we must. What if you suddenly need a composite cable for an older console? Can probably find that on eBay. If when I'm being honest with myself, I think that there's even a percentage chance I will never ever use a thing, I've started just getting rid of it. So, yes, sometimes Sam, I've done this too. Again, I can't put this on Sam. Sometimes we'll need a cable and we'll just buy a pack of like 4 of them. And I'm like, why did we do that? We only needed 1. At most 2. Do you have old consoles? Mm-hmm. We do. And I can't tell you when I plugged them in. They're basically decor. They're not, we don't use them. I can't imagine a scenario in which we would use them because you can get ROMs for everything. I have basically all of my old handhelds. I have my old like Game Boy Color. I have all of that shit. My original Game Boy I do not have because I gave it to my nephew, I think, when I got my Game Boy Color. So I don't have that anymore. But we have like an NES, an SNES. We have a PlayStation. Are we ever going to use them? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I can't imagine us using them. There's a room that's become like a catch-all room, and it's a huge problem. And currently it has like all of Sam's huge figurines and stuff, like all of that just kind of like shoved into a corner like, I don't know what to do with this, right? The big couch that Sam's brother let us borrow when we moved here that we don't use because we got the storage IKEA couch is in there. And I said to Sam, like, what if we just like messaged George and said, do you want this couch back? And if he says no, then we'll sell it or somehow get rid of it, right? And then just turned that room into a game room. We can put stuff in there to like showcase figurines, showcase old game consoles, like all that sort of stuff. Put a big table in there just for like board games and D&D and stuff. And have it mostly just be like a this is stuff we don't use, but we're proud of it kind of room, you know? And he was like, sounds like a lot of work, but sure, if you want to do that. So that's kind of a thing that I'm planning on doing with that room. I'm looking into starting Final Fantasy XIV for the first time ever. Enjoy. I've never really played an MMO before. Any advice on where to begin or what to look out for? Final Fantasy XIV is my favorite MMO. I am not an MMO player. I've never gotten super into an MMO. Well, I got really into EverQuest, but I never excelled at EverQuest because EverQuest is so hard. I died all the time, and then I'd be looking around for my corpse, and it was just a mess. But anyways, 14, very, very fun. The community is really nice. It's great because you only need one character for all the classes, right? So if you try out something and you're like, I don't know, this really fits my play style, I don't know if this is very fun for me, you can just heel turn and do a completely different class. It's like no biggie at all. The game does make you do like dungeons and things with people. I've been informed that that's not always the norm. With MMOs, you do have to do some content with people, which is why I say that the community is really nice. If you go into a dungeon and you're like, I've never done this before, generally people are going to, help you out. Things to watch out for. Enjoy the ride. It's very fun. Realm Reborn, the beginning, is much slower than the rest. They even cut it down, and people have still said it's really slow. But I loved it. I've loved every part of Final Fantasy XIV, but I would say that it just gets better over time. So yeah, take your time. Do main story stuff as you feel like it. There's so much extra content to do in the game. And yeah, have fun. And did you know you can do the free trial up to level 60 as long as it's a brand new account? Check it out. What's your favorite class? I basically only play White Mage, so White Mage. White Mage is the best. I can't be convinced otherwise. People will always come into my chat during Final Fantasy XIV and be like, what other classes do you play? And I'm like, haha. I've played a hot minute of Red Mage. I've played a decent amount of Black Mage. We've been like on and off again leveling Blue Mage. What have I played in a way where I'm even remotely competent? White Mage, and that is it. That is literally it. Why play anything other than what you love? Look, there's like any of you who have been watching like Jesse's journey with the game, right? Jesse, what is fun for Jesse is leveling up, like leveling up every single class, like doing all that kind of shit. He loves that. I don't have an inclination to max out a bunch of stuff. but he does. He loves that. And he is an MMO player. He's played so many of them. So. When did you start playing 14? Was it around 5 years ago? 5 or 6 years ago? Yeah, something like that. It was right before Heavensward came out. So, we were still in Realm Reborn when Sam and I started. But we started because Sam was like, I hear this MMO actually is great. Because I had followed 14 before Realm Reborn, right? Before the cataclysm, so to speak. My friend Jason and I from high school, we were like constantly like looking at it. Jason was in the beta. He was like, oh my God, like if they can figure out how to fix all of this shit, I think this could be a really good MMO. And then it was a mess, right? And we were both so bummed. And then, yeah, I hadn't thought about it really. And then Sam was like, did you know that they like that 14 was re-released? And I said no, I hadn't really like followed it, or maybe I did know, but it didn't stick with me, right? And Sam was like, well, the first expansion's about to come out and apparently it's like a pretty good game, so if you want to play it with me, we can play it together. And that was that. I play it once a week with my cousin. It's a blast. I love it. Yeah, there's a, if you want to know about what happened with Final Fantasy XIV, please go watch the no-clip Final Fantasy XIV documentary. It's fantastic. It gives you so much info, and by the end, you're just like, I can't believe that worked out. It's wild. It's dark in here. I'm so curious about this spider friend. Da 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 da. I watched all of the Hades stuff. I mean, Hades, it's like one of my favorite games ever. So yeah, I watched all the Hades stuff. It's a bit harder when it comes in so many parts, you know. I appreciate the idea of following the development process and doing a documentary that way. I think that's interesting. But I like that with something like 14, you can just be like, you know, a Loop Hero doc is coming? Really? Interesting. I know! Somebody in the Hades no-clip doc was wearing a Cat Gang shirt or hoodie. I can't remember which. But I was like, oh my God. Yeah, the arm's okay. But I've been doing this a lot to make sure I'm moving it around constantly, so. Da 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 da. Yeah, Danny O'Dwyer is fantastic. He's a lovely person. But he's also got a wonderful team, you know? Mm-hmm. Hi, Marianne. I'm more invested in Disco Dum Dum than any TV show I've ever watched. I have to finish this stupid game, dude. I didn't realize it was bank holiday. until I was texting with my mother-in-law. They have like one of those blow up hot tubs now. And so she was like, look, anytime anybody wants to slip into the backyard and go in the hot tub, they can feel free. So she's been like texting all of us individually, like, come hang out in the hot tub. We're not going to stop you. And so I was texting with her, and I was like, oh, damn, maybe I'll come over on Monday, like before my stream. And she was like, what about Clarky? And I said, she's got preschool. She was like, you should double check that. I don't think that's true. It's a bank holiday. But I had originally thought to myself, like, oh, Clarky's going to be at preschool. I could start my stream early and do a long stream that way. But nay. I haven't watched any of the new Arcadum stuff. It all happened so fast. And now I'm overwhelmed and there's too much to watch. So I'm just not watching any of it. That's where I'm at. There's too much. I've tuned in for like bits and pieces of episodes, but I'm not watching any of the campaigns. Yeah, the timing is also really bad for me to watch it, so. Keeping up with that man's content is like a full-time job, dude. I missed Callus Row this last week, and it was like an awful episode to miss. And so the map DM gave me a list of people who were streaming that day. So before Friday, I'm going to try to like go through and watch like the relevant, like important parts of all of their VODs, like try to catch up with that sort of stuff. And at that point, are you even enjoying it? Yeah. I missed it. It was like a really important shit that happened and I missed it. So, yeah, I want to go see what happened because, you know, you can only get so much from like descriptions. I finally started playing Disco Elysium on Saturday with 1 physical health at the start, all empathy, baby. Oh my God. Enjoy. Having one of the two be really low is so rough. You die so easy. At least Moral didn't die. That's true. That's true. Also, Sketchu's PC is busted, so Sketchu also couldn't be there. So we were like, what the fuck were we doing? Because, like, okay, spoilers for Callus Row. I don't know how many of you, like, don't want to be spoiled on what happened on the last episode of Callus Row, but just in case, spoiler fingers up. You can mute when my finger's up, and you can unmute when my finger's down. So there were explosions all over Undercity. Like, tons of explosions. So Sketchu and I are like, it's really hard to be like, I don't know, we were at the mushroom house. One of the explosions literally happened right next to where the mushroom house is. So were we just like, what's that? I don't know, probably nothing. Like, there's like, trying to come up with a reason that neither of us were around is so difficult. But, what are you gonna do? Sketchy was like, maybe we were cooking. I was like, yeah, we were cooking. But again, what if we would have heard explosions? What are you gonna do? So we'll just find out. Anyway, a bunch of people died. That's why it's rough. That's why it's a rough night. Ton of people died. Some of them, like, really beloved characters died. And a bunch of explosions happened all over the Undercity. And for some reason, we were too busy to be involved. So there you go. Got really high on shrooms. We can't really get high on shrooms. We're sort of, it works a little, but not a ton. Yeah, well, like, so moral, again, don't repeat anything that I said during spoiler, but my excuse for the episodes that I've been missing lately has been that, you know, if I'm going this alchemy route with moral, and Kieran Sketchy said, oh, part of the mushroom house, like wherever it is that Moral wants to live or be staying, could be like part lab, right? Because Moral basically just lives in trash. Moral just dumpster dives and brings shit home, and like it's, yeah. So they were like, well, maybe wherever it is that you keep bringing shit could also be like a lab. And so for season 3, maybe part of the mushroom house, like all of it could be like really pretty and pristine, and then there's this one area that's just like, so I've been like, the episodes that I'm missing, like maybe I was working on stuff, you know, like doing alchemy shit, but Moral's like, I'm the trash man. Oh my god, I wish I knew how to use models at all. I could recreate the trash man thing, but with my model. That'd be incredible. Don't spoil shit. Are you immortal if you're not there for a session? I mean, it's assumed that you just weren't around. Yeah. That you were somewhere else doing something. Yeah. Obviously, it's not encouraged that you miss stuff, but you're encouraged to be there. Like you get within the game, every certain number of episodes you get a skill point that you can put into something that they attach to your sheet. So currently I have 2 skill points in botany. My next skill point I think I'm going to put into like medical crafting, and that way together it's like alchemy, right? But if you're not there for a certain amount of those episodes, then you don't get the skill point. So you're encouraged to be there as often as you can so that your character can progress. Who has the most skill points? I have no idea. I don't know. But yeah. Callus Row, very cool. I wish it wasn't at 2 a.m., but what can you do? Oh, Jam Buddies! I just saw that. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you. I just saw that you subscribed. Appreciate it. Come learn with the Row Doctor. I can't. So part of Moral's character sheet is that they hate and do not trust scientists or doctors and will not work with them. So so I'm on my own. It's built into my character. I do like that. I do like that orc chick, though. Are we still spoiling? No, not the last episode. I'm just talking about stuff about moral. If that spoils. I'm just talking about my character, that's all. Is Sam okay? He's okay, like, health-wise overall right now. He's still on antibiotics. But fortunately the ones that he's on don't create a situation where you can't get the shot. We just got our Pfizer shots. Now our arms really hurt, so tight. I did not. No. Moral's major flaw is still that they can never lie. So, I'm gonna, I think, once season 2 ends, I'll go back through everything and see if anything needs adjusting and kind of talk with the map DM, but how many people are in Callus Row? I don't know. 100 and something, I think. But a lot of people join and then never really play, or we have a bunch of people that are extras, and so yeah. There's people like Sam was playing a character and the character never really did anything. So he was asked if he wanted to be a DM, and he was like, yeah, that sounds way more fun. So he started DMing a little bit, but then had his back problems and literally couldn't do VR. So the plan is for him to like really start DMing season 3. But but yeah. I've been in like a kind of a weird like RP slump, if that makes sense. I don't know if this is like similar to you know when people talk about like drawing, and they'll draw and they'll see improvement in their drawing and be like, nice. And then their eyes will, or their brain will like catch up and like learn more. And then you'll look at your art again and be like, oh no, it's garbage. And then you'll improve more and then like it again. And then you'll think it's garbage again because your brain improved, right? Like that sort of stuff. I've been doing that lately with RP. I'm like really unsatisfied with myself as a role player lately. And I don't think it's because I'm bad at it. I think it's because I'm just noticing where I am lacking, and I want to improve, I guess. Thank you. That's very sweet. That's very sweet. I've found that like I don't think on my feet as easily as some people do. It depends on the situation. There are certain situations, I think. I don't know. What it's hard to explain. It's really hard to explain. I'm just noticing areas where I can improve and be like, and let myself get sort of like try not to get in my head so much, you know? There's certain situations where I'm really in my head. I have a big problem with A-list because I adore Alis and I love playing him. But every time I talk, part of my brain is preoccupied with thinking about the accent. So I'll be talking and my brain will be constantly going, I didn't say that correctly. I didn't say that correctly. I didn't say that correctly, right? And it's distracting for me. And if I committed myself a bit more to like practicing the accent outside of sessions, that might not be as bad. But because it's basically the only time that I talk like that is when I'm playing as Alis. When I talk as him, I'm just like, I hear it, you know, I hear the problems. So practice it now. No, thank you. The reason that I only use it when I'm as Alis is because I'm sorry, but English people are really uppity about, specifically I think, Americans doing English accents. Chat can be like really mean about it. So I just don't do it. I just don't do it. Does Sam give tips? No. But it did make me feel a lot better when I talked about this, I think, last stream, actually. But it made me feel so much better when Joe joined Misdemeanor because Joe is English. So, you know, he's hearing me talk as Alis a bunch. So I had gone to him being like, give it to me straight. What can I improve? What sounds awful? Like, just let me know. I would love to, like, get better at doing this accent because chat's always like, well, it's not the worst I've ever heard, but it's still pretty cringe. And he was like, honestly, I think you're doing an amazing job. Like, I think it's a great accent. I think it's totally fine. And I was like, well then, tight. That doesn't mean I want to do it on stream though. Everything is cringe with Twitch chat. I mean, our community is really sweet generally. So when they're not, I think it's easier to take it more personally. It's harder for me to be like, they're just being mean to be mean because you guys aren't mean, right? So if somebody's like, I don't know, it's like, I guess I didn't want to have ears anyway. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Do you want to improve the Russian accent? I would just love, honestly, something that I would love to be able to do is I would love to learn to do more accents and not feel as self-conscious about them. I think that there are a lot of accents that require a certain amount of awareness on my part to not use them to reinforce harmful stereotypes and to not do them in a way that is hurtful. So there are some accents that I completely avoid because I don't want to do that. And I think the Russian accent toes a line there. So part of me is like, I would love to learn how to do way more accents. I would love to be able to do like a Mexican accent that didn't immediately sound like I was trying to like mock Mexican accents. Does that make sense? But I don't know how to do that. It would require like a lot of work on my part. The first time I did an accent on stream, I wanted to crawl inside my own body. It takes work. Yeah, it takes a lot of work. Oh my god, also, you know that that trailer that came out with like a bunch of not Irish actors all doing Irish accents in like a movie that's supposed to be coming out soon? And Irish Twitter was just like, "What the fuck is this?" Is this movie? Like, they were just like all over the place. God, what was the name of that movie? I can't remember. But when I was watching that, it reminded me so much. We did a play called Dancing at Lunasa or Lunasa. Again, no idea how that's supposed to be said. That was a play in college that I did. That was about like a bunch of Irish sisters. And one of the leads had to do a Welsh accent. The rest of us all had to do Irish accents, and it was basically that. It was basically that trailer. It was just all of us like doing our best. Wild Mountain Time, I think that's it. Yes. At least they got Irish Uncle Joey in return. Oh my god. That, I don't know, like, everything that happened yesterday, that whole goof, with Irish Uncle Joey was so wholesome. Like, it felt like such good-natured, like, goofing. I just loved it. I was reading them for so long. I thought they were so cute. I never understand why productions of plays don't just ignore the accents to do the play well. I mean, it's if it's placed in a certain country, why not? Especially in a learning setting, like learning how to do different accents and dialects is part of an acting program. And some people are really good at it. Really, really good at it. Octo is very talented at that shit. I do okay. I'm not the sort of person that like hears underneath the underneath. But I think I can do okay after a while. Hi, Jimmy. Nobody tries to do Italian accents for Romeo and Juliet, and it's better for it. Well, there's also the fact that that's prose that's intended to be done with a certain type of accent. So that's also hard. I think accents are super fun. I would be really bummed if people were like, don't do accents. Why not? They're fun. But I do think that they require a certain amount of thought and consideration. That's all. Nobody does Shakespearean English anymore. I mean, they suspect that the way that Americans speak, specifically like Southern Americans, is probably what English sounded like when Shakespeare was around. There's studies on that, but yeah. Yeah, there's some cool stuff to look into there. Wherefore art thou, etc. Right, well, but how do people get good at it if they don't have a bunch of opportunities to practice them? every all of these things require, again, this is a learning setting. Like, we're doing this play in college. If ever there's a place for us to be like trying to learn how to be good, it's there, you know. Need a transatlantic accent character. Oh god, that's also really difficult because it's like towing the line. It's like transatlantic is like this weird, I'm American but I want to sound like kind of posh English. It's so strange. Copy the way Clark talks. I don't think Clark talks like Clark doesn't have a transatlantic accent. Clark's got a weird mishmash, and none of it is posh. But all of it's cute. That's true. None of it's posh yet. I don't know who she would hang out with that would give her a posh accent. I don't know where she would possibly get that. I think the accent that I did in recent memory, that I did the most research for, and I haven't done it in forever now, is the like Minnesota, the like Minnesota mom. I tried to learn a little bit about how to do that one, but that one again I haven't done in forever. I watched so many videos. I did like convos with Octo because Octo's from there. And I like tried to learn all of that. And that took a while. And that wasn't for a streamed anything. It was for an offline thing. But I was like, I really want to get this accent right. Oh yeah, sure. Goodness me. It was for my artificer. Oh, yeah, Joe. How are you, bud? Just talking about, Poe, don't you know? And I had to learn the Minnesotan accent. Oh, crack. Oh, good old Poe. Good old Poe. I kept pitching to Brett that Poe should show up, and she never did. I kept being like, Poe could just, like, be around. You know? It's like, she's out there somewhere. She can show up. Your character, too. Both of our characters are out there somewhere. Are like second gen offline characters. How do you avoid RPG burnout? I guess it depends on what part of it you're burning out on. If it's feeling like monotonous, maybe you just need to switch up like what game type you're using, right? Because there's so many different TTRPGs that you can play. Somewhere beyond the baby. Out in the wild blue yonder. I mean, you personally? Oh, me personally? Yeah, my love. Okay. I'm gonna take a break and smooch my family because they're gonna go. They're gonna go have a day and have fun. So be right back. Enjoy the music, and I'll play some ads. Hello. We're back. It's a joy to be here, really. I love it. Sam was walking out the door with Clark, and I went into the fridge and just grabbed this, and he was like, "What the fuck? There's pizza in there?" And I was like, "Yeah." Yeah, boo. But it's all mine now. Oh. Yep. I won't reheat pizza. I refuse. It's better cold. You don't have to fight me on this. It's a matter of opinion. So my opinion isn't wrong and yours isn't either. I don't need the battle. No, let's fight. God damn it, guys. Cool shirt, Dodger. Thank you. It glows in the dark, which I didn't realize until I tried to wear it to bed. Yeah, before I walked away, somebody was like, how do I personally avoid RP burnout or like RPG burnout? I think that like you can get complacent if you're playing in one game for a really long time. It's not that you aren't still super invested and that you still love your character and like love the world and love your DM and your fellow players and whatever. But I think like one of the things that I really like is if I almost have like more than one game going on and they are palate cleansers of one another. So, for example, I sometimes refer to Fabia as a palate cleanser because Alice and at the time Zach, both Alice and Zach are like really pragmatic, like logic first, you know, sullen boys. And then I made Fabia and I was like, finally, I get to just not give a fuck about anything, right? Like Fabia just wants to have a good time and boink some people and steal some shit. And that's it. That's her whole thing, right? She's just like, fuck it. Let's prank that guy. Let's blow that up. Let's steal that thing. Love it. It's so nice to play Fabia after playing Zach and Alice, right? And like down the line here, it might be that I only have Fabia. And while Fabia is still going to be fun and I'm still going to love her, and again, you know, Joe is a fantastic DM. Love Joe, love all the players, love the world. Still very invested. If there is a point where I'm only playing Fabia and I get the opportunity to then make another character, I would want them to be a palate cleanser of Fabia. Does that make sense? If I'm playing the same character over and over again, this is why it stuck out so much to me when I was playing Zach and then started playing A-List, because I was like, fuck, I made two of like the same character. They're not the same, but one is like the young version of the other. So it's just fun to like reach in different directions. How have the recent games been? Great. Yeah. Brett's IO games this week. We have like a huge like multi-game fight. So there are 3 different groups that are all fighting the same thing, and we're like the first group to fight it. So that'll be cool. And I think that'll basically be the end of our season 2 for Misdemeanor. I tweeted something like, oh, it was really nice to kind of like drip out a little bit of A-List backstory at the end of season 2, because like he's just like a really secretive character and I haven't wanted to betray that. So even though there have been lots of moments where I could be like, and now it's time to reveal my full hand, he wouldn't do that. So I keep running into situations where I'm like, God, this would be so much easier if more people knew what was going on with A-List. But, you know, so that's fine because it feels like there's still like so much development to happen with him because he's a kid. He's 13 in the game. And then, yeah, Fabia. Fabia's doing a thing right now that's very fun. I had an awkward one shot where one of the players basically changed alignment, went full-blown evil on the party. Is that normal? And how do people deal with that? I found that that sort of thing can happen a lot with somebody who is like brand new to playing. You know, my mother-in-law did that. I'm running a game, or rather I was running a one-shot for my in-laws, and my mother-in-law looked at her sheet and saw that she is a warlock for an evil entity and was like, cool, so I'm evil. And I was like, you don't have to be evil. The thing that you are getting your power from is evil. But keep in mind, you are traveling with these people for a reason, right? We established bonds. She was like my sister-in-law's godmother, like all of this other stuff, right? And they're playing, and at a certain point, to keep the story short, she used disguise self to turn herself into the second in command that they had killed, like the lackey of the big bad. Went to the big bad and was like, these guys brought me here, but they're we gotta get rid of them. They brought me here to try and get information out of you. And so the big bad was like, oh fuck, and like started attacking them, and everyone was like, Mom, what the fuck? And then when it all fell apart, because she, as this second in command, was using warlock spells and the character was a fighter. The big bad was like, since when can you do magic? And disguise self does not hold up under scrutiny, right? It's like written into the spell. So the second he was like trying to touch her and stuff. He was like, what the fuck? You are not my dude. And basically ran away. And the whole party was like, do you want to explain yourself? And she was like, it's not what it seems like. And tried to play like I had a plan. I wasn't betraying you guys. And everyone was like, no, incorrect. Newer players, I think, like, if they think of something clever like that, where they can do something unexpected, it's like this weird high from playing a game like that, where it suddenly clicks for you, like, I can do whatever I want. Even, like, betray everybody, right? Like, it's like a thing that sometimes happens with new players, I think. But maybe the people you were playing with were not newer. I do think that there's something to be said for a well thought out character where they are evil but pretending not to be. I think that can turn into a cool thing. But it can also feel really cheap. It depends on the execution. Jesse has done that more than once. He loves that shit. Exactly. Are you planning it with the DM? That makes a huge difference. So Jesse was in a campaign. I actually can't remember which one it was, but I wasn't in it, so it didn't really affect me. But Jesse was in a campaign, and when they were making characters, he went to the DM and he was like, I want my character to actually be this. And if over time that changes, fine. But at least at the starting point, they are, right? Like, they're not a good person. And that never changed. My first time playing, the DM legit filled the first town with guards to the point that every single one of us got arrested, and I failed persuasion 3 times. Anyway, I want to play again. Was it like... I could see that turning into something cool. If it's like, technically I want the start of this to be in a jail or something. And if you manage to make the checks to, like, get away, great. It'll be something different. But there is also a plan for if everyone gets arrested. I could see that turning into something cool. But if that's not really what it is, that's the DM's fault for balancing incorrectly. Like, if you've given no clues as the DM that the situation is one that needs to be taken seriously, and you imbalance, you give them like a really like badly balanced fight, and someone dies to guard number 2 when trying to get into a town, that sucks, right? Mm-hmm. I've had characters die to bullshit before, or I've been like, what the fuck? What the fuck? But it's a learning curve for everybody. I've DM'd enough now to know that there's so much to learn when you're trying to DM. And I do think that I am not the sort of personality that is best suited to DMing. I enjoy it. I don't think I would ever be like an incredible DM. But I think I can have fun with it. And I think in situations where I want to play but nobody wants to DM, I'm super down to do it. Does that make sense? But there is so much to learn, for sure, to make sure that everybody's like having a good time, you know? What do you think is most important in a game? Telling a good story or having the players have fun? It's kind of in the middle of that. Making sure that everybody's on the same page about what type of game they want to play. Do your players want an RP heavy game? Great. Give them an RP heavy game, right? Like, get everybody. That's why I think session zeros are so important. Not just to like make characters, but also to like sort of get everybody on the same page about what the vibe is. There's a difference between a game where, you know, there's gritty realism and shit's like super awful, and, you know, something that at times reminds you of, what's the Finn and Jake show? You know, that like goofy shit, right? Some games are going to be goofy shit. Some games are going to be noir. Some games are going to be Adventure Time. That's what it was. I kept wanting to say Adventure Zone, and I was like, that's not it. That's a different thing. So I think the most important thing is trying to make sure that everybody knows what type of game is happening. And if it feels like you as the DM have created a game that no one's getting invested in, being willing to say like, okay, maybe I am not giving them the game that they want, in which case the options are either find players that want to play in the sort of thing that I want to create, or create something that's more suited to the players I have. But like, as the DM, you do a lot of prep work. And if you feel like the sort of prep work that you enjoy is not going to be appreciated, it's totally valid to be like, maybe I'll find different players, you know? And there's different types of games out there to find as well. It's not all D&D, you know? How do you deal with an asshole character from the start? I have a character who's an asshole and has no sympathy. The players sometimes forget this and expect things from her, even though after 2 months in the game of knowing her, how do I balance making sure no one has a bad time and keep with what my character is into? And so she gets her development. I think like part of that has to do with motivation stuff. It's, you know, why are you guys traveling together? Why do you guys know each other? Like, remembering all of that. And also motivations for like the future. Like, what is the path for growth for this character? Can the growth be in a way where, you know, she is more sensitive to people in her own way? What would that look like, you know? Because I've definitely played with people in the past who have played like asshole characters, and the character never changes really. And whether that's because the game never like between them and the DM, the sort of steps for them to grow as a person never really happened because their motivations were never addressed. The things that they wanted were never addressed, etc. But I think just for interpersonal stuff, for me at least, a lot of times it's like, why am I here? Why am I with these people? Do I care about them? If I don't, then what's the point? Why do I need them? You know? So it's hard. I think everybody's been in a game before where when they're, you know, when they're really thinking about it, they're like, why would we keep this person around? My very first character, Tack. Everybody at the table was like, Tack died. Dodger's really sad. But Tack sucks. Like, do we have to bring them back? Or can we just make her re-roll? Can we make her roll? And they brought Tack back, and I continued to play Tack as like a piece of shit. And then they died again, and they were like, we're not bringing you back, bud. You're dead now. It's over. But the issue with Tack was that it was my very first character and I was learning how to play, and it hadn't clicked for me yet that I could consider this a character in the same way that I would consider a character that I was playing in my studies, right? Because we're all theater kids, all of us that were playing, and I hadn't thought at that time about coming at a character in the same way that I would come at a character in a play. Be like, what does this character want? Where are they, you know, what's going on with them? Why are they with this group? Etc. You know? So if the issue is that you think maybe you're ruffling the feathers of like the other players in those moments where you're in character being a dick, I also totally get that. I actually was talking with Bree about this the other day. Bree is one of the Godforged players. And it is super, super common to play as a character that is antagonistic and constantly be wincing behind the mask of the character, right? To just be like, I really hope that everybody's fine, right? Like people aren't actually like getting upset right now. And sometimes if you feel like you need to check in with people or even just be like, sorry about my character, I love you guys, you know, I've done that a million times. You know, it only takes a second to be like, you know, I'm just trying to play true to this character. You know, I love you guys. It's all good, I hope. And if somebody does get upset, most of the time it's because they're just really invested in their character, you know. And the second that there's conflict, it's hard to like rip yourself, to like separate yourself from the character you're playing, especially if it's a character that's modeled a lot after you, which is a common thing that even if you don't mean to, a lot of times people wind up creating characters that in some way are like extensions of themselves or extensions of like something they want to explore, right? So in those like more high emotion moments, it's really easy to like have a hard time like yanking them apart and being like, I cannot take this personally. These are characters we're playing, right? I was very blessed in Strange Roads to have the person that I had the most antagonistic relationship with be Jesse, because Jesse and I have been best friends for years. I know that as a character, I can bitch at Jesse and Jesse can bitch at me. And there is not even a split second thought in my head that either of us is taking it seriously, right? If I'm not as close with the person, even if I know them pretty well, but if I'm not as close with them, I debrief, or I like shoot them a message like, yo, that was really intense for me, that whole scene. But like you really RP'd the shit out of that. Like, thanks for, you know, like going for it with my character. That was awesome. Like, even stuff like that, like just appreciating the other person, like really leaning into the RP or any of that can sometimes just, you know, sometimes it's scary when you and Jesse fight in RP. Good. Jesse and I aren't in anything together right now, but we were in Strange Roads together. We were in Nebula Jazz together. What other ones have we played together? Those are the two main ones, if I recall correctly. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. There was a lot of that a few episodes back on Godforged. You know which ones. Yeah, characters versus players wanting different things and the in-character arguments. Yes. Yeah, and we would constantly take a second to be like, I just want to make it clear. I don't want this, but I'm trying to play my character, you know? We had an episode, I won't say what it was about, but we had an episode of Godforged that was basically the entire episode was an argument, like a huge argument. And it was rough sometimes, but we just kept having to like take a minute to be like, I think this is a terrible idea, but my character doesn't, so I'm going for it. I love you guys. Let us continue. That was half of Shattered Crowns. I think, like, I was really impressed with the arguments that happened in Tearing Veil. Tearing Veil was another one of Arcadum's games. It was an all-evil campaign. And those boys fucking went at each other constantly. And it was so interesting to watch because they didn't, even if you get into an argument with another person in RP and they're your friend, typically you'll either back down or come to an understanding quicker than you would in reality, right? If you were actually playing a character that headstrong, they probably wouldn't back down as quick as you would if it was like you, right? Tearing Veil, some of those fights, I was like, they are really going for it. You know? It was really interesting. All right. It's like 3:00 exactly. We had our pizza. We talked about Dund. And now we can disco. The tone of their fights were always humorous. I disagree. I disagree. There's a specific campfire scene that I can think of that was not humorous whatsoever. It was like bitches going at each other. By what you're saying. You would be a great DM. Thank you very much. That's very sweet. I've done a little bit of DMing. I get a little bogged down in the moment of DMing, right? And from what I understand, basically everybody has a learning curve of figuring out, like, how much do I need to prepare in order to let myself more naturally improv the in-betweens. And that's going to be different for everybody. And some people are going to prepare a ton, and some people literally put 2 bullet points on a piece of paper and work from that. And for me, I think I just need more than I normally write down. So. No, the Hollow Knight campaign was only a 4-session thing, so it's done. I learned a lot from Hollow Knight. I learned a lot from Rotting Maw. I still haven't watched the finale. Oh. Honestly, if I'm being totally honest, the first episode and the last episode, which tend to be the most difficult, right? Starting it and finishing it are the most difficult. They're my least favorite. I think the final episode is my least favorite. The 2 in the middle, the second episode and the third episode, I thought were really fun, and I had a lot of fun with them, and I felt really relaxed and like engaged. The first one, I was worried about trying to help everybody learn the rules, and then while trying to teach them the rules, realized all of the rules that I didn't fully understand and was like, oh, fuck, because it was Fate. It's a totally different system. And then the last one was me being like, man, I really hope this ends in a satisfying way. So, I live in England. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Yeah, it was very fun. And I not to gas myself up, but I thought that the story I came up with was interesting. I think that my execution would have been better if I was a more seasoned DM, but that's okay because I have to start somewhere and I have to learn somewhere, right? So it's fine. I want to do Lady Blackbird again, I think. I've done Lady Blackbird once, but I've never finished it. The group has taken so long to do every part of Lady Blackbird that we never ended it. Which is funny because Lady Blackbird is set up so that you're supposed to be able to just like do it in a couple of hours if you want. That did not happen. So oh yeah, Moose Man, what's up? Yeah, I stream almost every day. FYI, I don't know when it would happen or how or any of that yet. But Sam and I have been talking again about adjusting schedules so that he could have like more of a normal work-life balance. We're not sure what that would look like, but it would mean both of us adjusting our schedules and when we stream and stuff. So, yeah, we'll keep you guys updated on what that means and how things would change. Again, I don't think it'll be anytime soon because we need to like figure out how that would work, but but yeah. Sherlock. We'll see if he comes in. If he does, he gets a treat. Sherlock. He just walked by, didn't he? Did he go down the stairs? I've never seen a cat carry a toy like a dog. Oh my god. Sherlock does it all the time. He always has a baby in his mouth. He started doing it really in earnest when we brought Watson home. I don't know why. I don't know if it was like an attention thing, but yeah, he started carrying like toys all over the house. He already did it, but it became like really frequent once we brought Watson home, and he just does it now. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to come say hi? Yeah. Okay. Come here then. There he is. Yeah. Hi. Hey, buddy. I'm thinking about putting him on an all wet food diet. I think it would probably help him. Because he eats the right amount of food, but it's like infrequent wet food and mostly dry food. Probably be a lot better for you if you ate more wet food, huh? But in the meantime, you want a snack? One of my cats refuses to drink water. It's absurd. Have you gotten one of those? Watson always shows up when I give him a treat. How does she know? What's going on? Why do you know that I fed him something? Where were you? It's so weird. Yeah, Sherlock used to play fetch, and then he got pretty big and he stopped. He would get to the point where we would throw a thing, he would chase it and then just flop down next to it and he wouldn't bring it back, and I was like, he's so big now. Oh, poor boy. Okay, Watson. This is really ruining our training now. I'm only supposed to give you a thing if you show up when I call your name. There you go. Was it good? Cool. My cats. They're very cute. Ho ho. Side note, we have 3 ads, so let's do some ad time. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Thank you so much to Karma in Exile, Zelda Ichihara, and Avi for redeeming ads. We did more of our fingerspelling practice today. And then I had an existential crisis about how to say where. Where? I'm pretty sure. I think because this is what, how, and where. I'm pretty sure. So the fingerspelling that we did today, this is still pulling from the list that Telly sent me. So Telly, thank you. Is immediate. And then people. Octopus. Octopus. Yeah. Octopimp. Understand. Ice cream. And destiny. I think I did all of those right. We'll see. Yay! Yeah, there's Telly. Thank you, Telly. And then I said, my cats, where are they? So yeah, we practice BSL during our ad breaks. And it's very fun. Does Octo's 640 gang have a similar story to why your game company is called 6040? No. 640 is how much highlight a message costs when you first start using channel points. And so Octo would come in, spend 640 points, and call it the 640 gang. And then everybody else would spend 640 points and go 640 gang. So we made the 640 option Octo's 640 gang. The company is called 6040 Studios because 60% of our income is what we got to take when we first were able to monetize our gaming content on YouTube. So that was the cut. The 60-40 cut was the standard when we first started, and we've come a really long way since then. So it's an homage to where we started, I guess. Do you guys have a P.O. box? Oh my god, we still don't have a P.O. box. God, this is another. I'm writing it down. I'm putting it on my Buff Brookie summer list. P.O. box. People have been asking me to do that forever. I know where to like register us and all of that sort of stuff. I already found where I wanted to do it. Sometimes I start a process and then it turns out that I can't finish it because I don't have a UK card. And so then I'm like, okay, next time I see Sam, I'll ask him if I can use his card to do this thing. And then I forget. So, okay, one more thing before we get started. Sorry. Let's do a little, we haven't done a group stretch in a while, but I need to make sure that I'm stretching my arms every like hour or so. So we're going to do some arm exercises. Sit up straight if you can. And let's do one arm. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Other arm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now your head gently to one side. And if you want, you can rest your hand on your head, but you don't want to pull it down. You just want you want gravity to do its thing. And other side. My neck just cracked. And then forward. Again, just let it hang. My dad used to do this all the time because you can feel it all the way down your back. Great. And now our fingies because we're playing a game. So we're going to put our hands like this and do the wave. Woo! Ooh, that also does something to this. Woo! And the other way. Woo! And the other way. Woo! And the other way. Woo! And stretch this way. And this way. Shake them out, shake them out, shake them out, shake them out. And then angry tiger. Ah! Sleepy tiger. Angry tiger. Ah! Sleepy tiger. Angry tiger. Ah! Sleepy tiger. And then shake it out. Great. Let's go. She's making stuff up now. We used to do that in drama class. Okay. Now, Disco Elysium. First things first, put warning in the title. Disco Elysium as the game. Tags, no backseating. And no spoilers. Hell yeah, done. Yes, for anybody who hasn't joined us for a Disco Elysium stream before, No backseating, no spoilers. If there's stuff that you want to talk about or speculate about having to do with the game, you can do that in our Discord. Please go to our Discord. There's a channel in there called the Spoiler Void. That's literally where you can go to talk about all of that kind of stuff. If you talk about it here, you'll get timed out because I don't want to see it and have it like color the way that I'm trying to play the game, right? Please heed the warnings. There's lots of heavy shit going on in this game, even though we goof in it a lot. And, yeah, I think that's it. We have 2 rules when playing this game as the character. What are they, chat? We've played this game so many times. We're good. I know you guys can do it. Stan Kim. Kim is God. All hail Kim. Kim is love. In this house we stand Kim. Yes, that's number 1. Number 2, head empty. I knew I could count on you guys. Yes, we're dumb cop. We're an idiot. Kim is our only brain cell. If given options of things to say, we will say the stupid option. Sometimes I mess up and say an interesting thing because I'm really curious about it. And then I'll go, fuck, that wasn't the stupid answer. But generally, we will say the stupidest possible thing. We are all physical, no logic. This is the build, okay? We've got muscles and that's it. And then, yeah, Kim is the only person in the entire world that matters. If Kim thinks that something's a good idea, we'll do it. If he thinks it's a bad idea, we won't do it. And that's it. That's how we play the game. So let's go, baby. Hell yeah. I'm excited. It's been a few days, right? Oopsies. We did. We got a lot of good progress last time, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Loving, coffee drinking burrito babe.
Actual Swamp Witch. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much. Continue. Should I do a prediction if you'd like to? Oh yeah, we slept and we woke up. It's day 5. So it's the beginning of day 5. This is our build right now because people always ask. Physical instrument is love. Physical instrument is life. We put 1 point in authority because we couldn't progress without it. We were stuck. We were so stuck, dude. I literally had to in order to progress. But all of our points generally have gone into basically strength and dex. These are our tools. Our clothes. Our items. Our interactables. And our current quests. We've been doing pretty good at getting rid of quests. Like look at this shit. We've done so much. I'm not doing that. I don't want booze. I'm trying to figure, actually, yeah, chat, you can answer this. Can you, it says hidden. So can you hide quests? If I'm like, I'm straight edge boy. I'm not going to drink. Can we hide this? No? Then what does hidden mean?
Welcome, you.
Nightish! Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much for the subscription. I hope you're all having a great day. Whether you're a sub or a non-sub, don't matter. It's there for hidden quests that you've done. Oh, okay. I don't know what that means, but that's fine. Like this one. I found the jacket. I washed it. I don't know if I'm going to give it back. I haven't decided yet. Oh, yeah. I need to talk to... Oh, shit. I need to talk to her when Kim's not around. And I forgot. Dang it. I'll have to wait until tonight. Hidden means that you discovered it. Finding your shoe is a hidden quest. Oh, interesting. Then why is it even written there? Hi, Kim.
Yes?
Nothing. I just love you, man. Okay. Well, shoot. I hope that doesn't mean that I'm stuck again until nighttime now. Quick explanation of the game. So, in this game, we are a cop, a detective. We wake up in a hotel room and we don't remember anything. We don't remember anything about ourselves. And it's assumed and kind of implied that we drank so much and did so many drugs that we gave ourselves brain damage and we can't remember shit. But the reason we were in the hotel room in the first place is because this town that we're in, Martinez, has a dead body in a tree. And so I was sent there to get the body out of the tree, to set up interviews, all of this other stuff, until my acting partner could show up, who is Kim. So Kim shows up on the day that we start the game, and we meet him and we're like, I don't remember anything. And he's like, cool, did you take the body out of the tree? And we're like, I don't know. I don't know. And the game is basically like a combination of you and Kim trying to solve this case together, and also you figuring out what the hell is going on with you. And again, like all of these are things that you can put points into. And this is my first time playing, so I don't know any different from a physical build, but the people that are in chat who have done like purely intellectual builds or like really empathetic builds or whatever have said the game is completely different depending on how you build your character. So I'm just, you know, head empty, all muscles. So I can break down doors, I can get stuff open, I can find things that way. But when it comes to like thinking through things well and coming to better conclusions and convincing people of stuff, connecting with people, empathizing with them, all of that stuff I cannot do. So the game is just totally different depending on what kind of character you make. And it's really, really cool. It's been a really interesting, awesome game. I'm actually like kind of chomping at the bit to play it again with a totally different build. But I would say heed the warnings. There are a bunch of warnings in this game, and they're all very relevant and come up often. So yeah, look, who needs a brain when we got Kim? And we conceptualized a thing that gave us +2 empathy with Kim only. So look, I can connect with Kim and that's it. I hope you stream a second playthrough. I don't think I have the strength. I don't think I have the strength, dude. It's taken so long just to get through this first playthrough. Kuno, what's going on? Anything new, bud?
Fuck, does Kuno care?
Okay.
Kuno doesn't.
Okay. Love you, bud. I hope you're doing all right. Kuno's a kid that does drugs all the time. So that's good. And if you play, there's a check that I've botched multiple times now that's an empathy check to like connect with Kuno. And I cannot do it. I can't do it. So even though every bone in my body is like, connect with this child, help him, I can't with this playthrough. I can't on this playthrough. Next time, maybe. But not now. Oh, can we try this again?
You're back before the cargo
Yes, here we
container. Its
go.
drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Let's go.
And as it's always been, it's
Okay. It's always worth the try. Look, I got a +2 to the check with Kuno because I shot the body down and it was very cool and Kuno respected me for it. And even then it's like impossible to connect with this kid. What was that? Something forgotten on the coffee table.
Now, what can Everett Clare do for you today? Great! You want to bounce something vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over. Absolutely,
Okay.
Harry. Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens by all means, Harry. What's on your mind? Yes, yes. What's that, Harry?
Okay, so nothing new with him, despite the progress we made. That's fine. How do I reach these kids? Oh, guys, I can never mow my lawn. Not that I need to, because I have chickens and they're basically little lawnmowers, but I can never mow it because the whole thing is covered in flowers right now, and it just looks like a little meadow, and I love it. I was like, Sam, we can't mow it. It's so pretty. No, we don't have the room for a goat. We have like it's like a strip of yard that goes alongside of the house. We don't have like a big yard. It's big enough that the chickens can roam around and Clarky can play and stuff, which is all that we need right now. But I had like, so you know, like the like guerrilla gardening movement where people go to areas in like cities and stuff, you know, places where there's just like neglected areas where things could be grown. I was like, there's an area of our yard that I was looking at, and I was like, I need to do some guerrilla gardening here, as though I completely forgot like what the concept of guerrilla gardening is. Like, I'm pretty sure it's not guerrilla gardening if it's my own yard.
Make way for the master.
Okay, let's go in here then. One of the houses that I can see from like our bedroom, if I look out the window, there's a house nearby that has chickens, yeah.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
What is it about him? Oh, they're back. Hey, what's going on?
Again?
the man.
Why are they here if they don't do anything? Like, what's the point
Yes.
I don't understand what they're doing here.
Hey,
The man ponders his cooking.
Stay masculine. Yeah, bud? You okay? Well, I was thinking to myself, like, really, I could just rip everything out of there, let the chickens kind of, like, basically let the chickens till it. So they've got them big old gams, you know. Just let the chickens like walk around on that for a while and basically till the soil for me, and then just take some local wildflower seeds and just fucking chuck them all over the place and water it and call it good. Hello. Hi. Sorry. I needed to talk to you alone and I forgot. I'm so annoyed with myself. When they eat the seeds, the chickens, I mean, they can try to eat all of them, but I doubt they will. Some of them, sure. All of them? I don't know about that. Hey, why is there a bottle in here? Oh my god. I can go in here. Why can I go in here? I can't pick up that bottle? That's a little boo. Yeah, Kim's seen it. He doesn't need the tour. I would love to see Kim's room, though. I bet it's fucking pristine. Either that, or there's like a My Chemical Romance poster up. Be like, Kim? Alright, what am I doing here? Have we talked to Joyce since we did all this? Meat. Oh my god, we were driving. Oh, to get our shots. I was like, where were we driving? We were driving to get our shots yesterday. And I had the window open because it was hot, and a smell. There was a smell that just whiffed in through the window, and I was like, oh, taco truck. Instantly. And then I was like, no, never, no, it's not a taco truck. But God, it smelled like it.
Oh. Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later. More lessons in basic reality. My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. A strange it's on the tip of your tongue. A doubt of sorts.
Glad to have been of his...
Okay. So nothing. She's got nothing going on. Yeah, look. He's like, look, I love Gerard Way. You know, really talented, actually big fan of all of his, you know, like art and animation work. But really the one who always stood out for me was Mikey Way, his brother. A fellow Binoclard. I had a roommate who was really into My Chemical Romance. I don't know why I keep coming up here. I just keep thinking eventually they'll give me something else to do up here, but I guess not. Yeah, he's the one behind Umbrella Academy, Gerard Way. And you can see some of his old, like, concept art and stuff for other things. He's very talented.
Trying to sneak up on me?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Just an ordinary.
I guess I'll try to talk to Titus again. Yeah, the loading screens were never very long, I don't think.
It's you again.
It's me again.
What is it?
It's this guy. Oh, man. Rhetoric. Ugh.
Again.
Good one, Titus.
Why? I am.
What kind?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike.
A live grenade.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of wrong
There's slight unease in him.
to kill us all.
Yeah.
He grabbed
But
someone.
again, we know
Yeah.
that...
Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt? Then he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle.
What about him? About fucking time.
I guess I have to talk to her again first to get another shot at this stuff. But then what do I do with my day? What do I do with my day here? I'm not really sure what there is to do. I know you can pass time with like books and stuff, I know.
Right to work. Right.
Okay. It's gonna be so annoying and boring to like to try and like just click through books as fast as I can to make the entire day go by. But if there's nothing else I can do,
Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper. Arson, petty theft, the notebook. Judging by the creases on your forehead and the lines on your cheeks. Too much more. Go. Yes, it appears arson, petty theft. You don't exactly. It takes about this one. The mere true love. People call the graffito crew is the case file. The crew agree. The 9,000 people a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition where no one cares what you believe in. It would be. That's all you. Who
no
knows?
one cares.
Those pages.
Whoa!
What next?
What? Didn't I already have that? Oh! Oh! Like it just... Oh! Oh!
Not much has changed.
Like I just finished it.
The Jamrock Shuffle. In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure. and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
Sick. So I get better loot now. Okay.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
This is because I keep saying none of the above to political stuff.
It's also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin, but something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
Where is
it? It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times. Incrementally. Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
Right, but what's it like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
I want to live for the present. I'm head empty.
What you want is immaterial. The Kingdom of Conscience is coming, whether you like it or not. Only very slowly.
Okay. Okay.
It's the low and the cool it takes about. Some assholes, they were leaving it out. Cigarette butts. No, you didn't have time for that. Some assholes, yes, they were leaving it. Cigarette butts. No, you didn't. Not much has changed. It takes about half an hour. Murder. Beaten to death. Joseph Mills. No. Okay. So, no. Yeah. No one enters.
No.
Mills
Yeah.
hasn't.
No.
See? Smoking hookah. This one, the mural. True love. People
This is
call
so
it.
dumb that
the
I have to
graffito
do
crew.
this.
It's
I
the
can't
case
believe
files
I
do not
forgot
the
to
crew-
talk
the-
to her.
The 9,000, a staggering 70. Did someone ask what you believe in? AK, you were so. Leslie will. The only way you would think threatening. It's plain to. No. He must have confused it. In the process, killed them. He came at us. Can't
Killed
get out
them.
of his apartment, which is also AK. You were so. Leslie will. The only way you would think that threatening. It's plain to see. Good. He must have it confused. In the process, killed them. He came at us. And can't get, which is also why the officer responsible.
Why are we doing
narrowly
this? I'm trying to
escapes a
make.
disciplinary hearing.
I'm trying to basically
The
make the whole
end.
day go by.
Do you want to read another one?
So that I can fulfill a quest that I forgot to do yesterday. I can only do it if Kim is not around.
Murder.
We need to talk to her without
At the
Kim.
hookah parlor. Joseph Mills didn't. Okay. No. Yeah. No one enters. Mills has no. See? Yeah. He smoking who? This one. The mural. True love. People call it the graffito crew. The case files. The crew agree. The 9,000. A staggering. Did anyone? AKA. You were so. Leslie will. The only way you would
Kill
think that
them.
threatening. It's plain to see. Good. He must have it in the process. Killed them. He came at us. And can't get out of it, which is all AKA. You were so. Leslie
Yes,
will,
again.
The only way you would
Again.
think threatening. Fine. It's plain to see from the far. No. That's. He must have in the process. The ledger killed them. He came at us. And can't get out of it, which is also what AKA. You were so. Leslie will always. The only way you would think that threatening. It's plain to see. No. He must have confused in the process. Kill them. He came at us. Can't get out of his... Which is also why the officer responsible...
I don't know why that's
it
so
would be,
funny to me.
That's all you... Who knows? Those... Some assholes. Yes. They were leaving it cigarette butts. No. You'd... AKA...
Oh
you
no,
were so
no,
drunk,
I didn't mean
Leslie,
to click
was
this
the
one
only way
again!
You would think that. Threatening. It's plain to see. No. He must have in the process that killed them. He came at us and can't get out of his... Which is also what it would be. That's all you got. Who knows? It would be... That's all you got. Who knows? Those pages... It would be very... That's all you got. Who knows? Those
Okay, so that one goes... That
what
one's...
next?
No, that one is a half an hour,
It would
just
be
like the other
very-
ones,
that's all you-
somehow.
Who knows? Those pages are... It would be... That's all you got. Who knows? It would be... That's all you got. Who knows? It would be... That's all you got. Who knows? It would be... That's all you got. Who knows?
It would be. That's all you got. Who knows? That would be. That's all you got. Who knows?
It would be very... That's all you got. Who knows? AKA...
Can we
you
get
were
another
so
kill then?
Leslie, with the only way you would think that...
Asking ye
threatening-
shall
It's plain
receive.
to see. No. He must have in the process killed them. He came at us. Can't get... Which is also why the officer responsible... Not
I can
much has
revisit
changed.
this. Good day, huh, Kim? It's hardcore! Trust me, it's hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Wait. I don't have a room here right now. Wow, busy day. What a busy day, God. Oh no, I went the wrong direction. Wait, what's this? Oh. Fascinating. I am worrying that there's like some kind of an event that happens on day 5 that I've missed because I haven't gone everywhere, but I'm just trying to finish the game, dude. And I hecked up. Let me right my wrongs.
It's getting late.
Good night, Kim.
Good night.
Mwah. And ha! Yay! Hardcore! Let's go. I miss Kim already. I already miss Kim. Kim, what am I gonna do without you? How am I expected to ask this lady questions? I gotta trust myself. I'm a talented boy. How trust when everything is compromised? Don't. Look, I'm just trying to do my job, okay? Actually, no. I think the quest that I have to talk to her about here is literally like, hey, can you talk to me about all the fucked up shit I did before I lost my memory? Because it sounds like I threatened to commit suicide and I wagged my gun around a lot and was just generally the fucking worst human. So if you could give me some deets on that. I tried to ask about it when Kim was there, and Kim was like, that is not what we're here for. And I basically winked at this lady and she winked back. Like, come back later, we'll chat about it.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation. Ah, yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you you're a police officer.
It's one of the first things I remember doing.
Wow. Elysium. You don't hear that term often. There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Did I have any visitors?
I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo. Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations prime among them. Oh, were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
It mostly just gets hard, doesn't it?
It would appear so. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped and there was a change of pace. A slow, sad song started playing. Like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of that time you were yelling along to it.
What was I singing?
That it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
Okay, then what happened?
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
That's so me. What did I do?
A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Please tell me there wasn't anything else.
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. And that was it.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
Interesting. I got my wish. I didn't want to be this kind of animal anymore. Literally reinventing yourself in this game.
Sure. A bad memory, officer.
Bad memory of what?
Of lilacs and lightning. Parks, glass. Duraluminum. Fredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there. And night. At least it was for me.
What's so bad
Nothing,
about that?
If you're no longer there. The record. So official.
There is a slip of questions that keeps everything in order. The questions are inside a blue notebook. The notebook is inside the lieutenant's pocket. Before the question...
Oh. I'm guessing you're...
Oh, I can try the mirror again? Interesting. A set of tracks. I'm still not sure what that wants me to do. The Kim check? I'm not sure what that is either. Heroic and legendary, yeah. Not happening. Okay. Thank you, you're cute. Bye-bye. I wouldn't know the check is there unless I saw it before, right? So, oops. So, when did I see these checks on Kim and the check on the tracks? That's what I don't get. I wonder what happens if I try to talk to Titus by myself. I wonder if things are different when I try to just generally... I haven't tried to talk to anybody without Kim until now. Is shit different? Kuno, can we connect? Or what?
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't...
Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's chill.
There are 8. You won't get far.
Ah! Okay. I literally can't study shit. I guess I just can't do things that are pertinent to the case without him. That's fine. That's fair. That's fine. That's fair. The disco dum-dum flying solo, you know it, baby. I guess I could give this idiot back his sweater if I'm not using it, you know?
Tequila, my jacket?
A look of consternation crosses the man's face.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Rosemary, what the fuck is Tequila talking about?
Aye, that's the jacket you stole 2 weeks ago. From the kid who was making it with his gal on the beach.
That's disgusting. I've never done anything like that in my life. You're both delusional. Found. That's medium concept stuff.
I'm calling it. It's neurological.
You're lost. I'm keeping the
That
jacket.
shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a stick. But yeah,
Great.
okay. I'm sure it looks great on you.
Cool. See you around, bud. It's mine. The jacket is mine. I'm sorry that you seem to
cold.
be confused. It belongs to me. The jacket is mine.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face.
Heard about the
in it,
band
such
Ooh.
as it is. A regular, clean-shaven police officer.
Just don't call Abigail, guys.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past.
Dude, this game must be so... I mean, the game is already interesting. Head empty. This game must be so interesting if you have, like, high encyclopedia, high logic, like shivers, like, all of that sort of, like, tuned into shit stuff. Man. You need to give it up. I've had about enough. It's not hard to see.
The bed is comforting.
The boy is mine.
The place feels almost like home now. Quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow.
Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea until they're suddenly light.
This respite, you've earned it, brother. Bask in the darkness. Let it swallow you up and swivel you around while you forget everything you've managed to remember.
This is the last dream.
No, this is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't mind. As long as we can. Spin it like black yarn.
The game basically being like, take as many days as you need, bud. We're just gonna keep giving you creepy fucking dreams.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Thanks, darkness.
You're welcome, Harry boy.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel rested. There's no time to cuddle with your pillow, however, or as much as shiver from the cold. The world awaits.
Bitch. Had some of that lettuce water. I'm gonna try that on Sam, the lettuce water thing. Apparently, steeping hot water with romaine lettuce leaves. There's something in romaine lettuce specifically that like helps you fall asleep. Apparently. Anyways, Kim awaits. Let's go. Look it up. Look it up.
Yes?
Nothing. For some reason, I really feel like we wasted a day. I don't know why. It's so weird. But we had such a busy day. Did we? Squints at the sky. Did we? Yeah, lettuce water. Give you some of that lettuce water, bruv. Absolutely mental. Where's mutton chops? I shaved them off. This isn't where I want to be. Or is it? Wait.
It's you again. What is it?
That is not how A-list talks. Just FYI. Hello then. I'm A-list, a sorcerer, you see. Got me lots of talent. Okay. Filled to the brim with magic, I am. Knock you tits up. Anyways. Let's look at these footy prints over here, because this is killing me. Why is there a check here? And how do I find it?
What do you see? I don't know. Terrible? No. These prints are pretty standard. The ones in the dust look disgusting.
Oh, AU
Or maybe
A-list
they're
is
just a
weird.
foreign design. It's a good print, whatever the case. I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. Maybe you're 200.
He might be right. 200
The fat guy from the mess hall isn't that. Maybe
it was
wasn't.
a giant.
The fat guy from the mess hall. Possibly. Yes. Interesting.
Oh,
With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady driver was. Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his
Right.
boys
We're still
could
trying
also
to
be
find this
involved in the
chick,
drug
too.
operation? You're right. But we should still go and see what Titus. A week, maybe?
It is not.
As I said.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would...
What do I think? Then, after...
Indeed.
So far, so...
Of course, there were 8 tracks. But there are...
There's one pair missing from the... Yes. I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us much, but we should still No. These prints are pretty standard. The ones in the dust looked custom. A week, maybe?
It is not.
As I said...
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion...
What is this fucking check? Set of tracks. Visual calculus medium. So there's something... But this list isn't passive checks, or it would be full of shit. Right? This isn't... Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but this isn't a passive check. This is like a check that I would click. Correct? You can answer that. You won't get timed out. There are no passives here. Right. Okay. So what the fuck? I'm sorry, Kim.
I'm
Again.
guessing that's the skin. Yes, well, I could still be wrong. But 200.
He might be right.
I do. Interesting.
Oh.
With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady driver... Yes.
Always
well,
deceitful.
Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Understood. We should... Interesting.
Oh.
With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady driver was... Now we know who's the miss... We should start with Titus Hardy. See what he's got to say on the matter. I don't know. Terrible? No. These prints are pretty standard. The ones in the... A week, maybe?
It is not.
As I said...
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state.
I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. I could still be wrong. I'm guessing that's the... Yes, well... I could still be wrong. But 200?
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight.
Possibly. Yes. 200.
He might be right.
Maybe it wasn't. It could have been, but if it wasn't... The fat guy from the mess hall. I do. Interesting.
Oh. This...
With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynch. Now we know who's the missing 8th person. We should see what Titus Hardy has got to say on the map. I don't know. They're about the same size. No. These prints are interesting.
Oh.
With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady driver was also... Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. We should start with Titus Hardy. See what he's got to say on the matter. This might throw them off. Work...
What the fuck? I can't find this check in here. I'm gonna look it up. Apparently, nobody else had the same gum up that I did. Yes, so in the journal, the white checks are things that I can redo. They're checks that I can try to make again. Anything in blue or purple is something I do not have good stats in. So if it says impossible, heroic, I ignore it. If it's medium, then I'll try it again. This I should try again because it's yellow and I think I could do it. But this, I should be able to find it in the dialogue tree. This is a visual calculus check that I can click on purpose to try. But when I do this dialogue tree, I cannot find it.
What do you see? I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. Maybe you're... I'm guessing that's... Yes, well... Maybe you're... I'm guessing that's the... I could still be wrong. 200.
He might be right.
Possibly. Yes. Interesting.
Oh.
With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching. Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that hard? You're right. But we should still go and see. I don't know. Terrible? No. These prints are a week, maybe?
It is not.
As I said.
Correct again.
What do I think? Then, after...
Indeed.
So far, so...
Of course. There were 8 tracks.
Yes. I doubt the Hardys are... What do I think? Then, after hoist...
Indeed.
So far, so...
Of course. There were 8
There's one pair miss... Yes. I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us much, but we should still confront them about the Interesting.
This, I guess, is the only
one. With a piece
one.
of sandpaper, which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching. That's it. She's the old soul.
Okay.
Now we know who's the missing. We should start with Titus Hardy. See what interesting.
Not that.
With a piece of sand, which means that the... Now we know who's the... We should see what Titus Hardy... Interesting. With a piece of sand, which means that the missing... Now we know who's the missing 8th person. You're right. Interesting. With a piece of sandpaper, which means that the missing... Now we know who's the missing... Understood. Interesting. With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady... Now we know who's... We should start with Titus Hardy. Interesting. With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching. Now we know who's the missing 8th... You're right. Interesting.
This one's...
With a piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle, which means that the missing lady driver... Yes, well... Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug? Understood.
Like it's the same every time.
We should still go and see what Titus Hardy has got to say on the matter.
I'm so confused. Sure, Marianne. There's another set of prints in the area. What? Oh, the tracks? The tire tracks?
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. No, these tracks are not.
Jesus Christ. Okay, thanks. I get timed out because I don't know, and now someone can just say it. What, that there were extra tracks? Marianne is my mod and asked if she could help me, and I said yes. Generally, the rule is don't backseat, don't help, don't speculate, none of that. So even if I'm struggling.
Give me a moment. Ask away. Oh.
Well, Anon, I mean, you're talking now, so obviously your message was just deleted. You weren't like timed out for a long time. It's literally just to make sure that I don't see the message. So we know what happened now, and we can all move on and have a good stream together. Oh. Why is he here? Instead of with Renee.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
There's
The
Renee.
prick is gone. I can barely believe it. But he's really gone.
Like he passed away?
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent.
Kind. I don't think it. I don't think it's my business to ask how he died. Was he really that
I
bad?
repeat, an absolute Kent. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to. We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
Tell me.
In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me.
Jeez.
He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that.
Would you like a photo?
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny... I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you.
Aww.
Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo. Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
I was gonna ask him about Maybells. I think I already did, but...
René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies.
Of course he didn't. Flowers are for pansies. Stop wasting time with them.
Why didn't he like
There
them?
were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. They called them the Bells of Revolution. I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. It doesn't really matter anymore. Yes? What about René?
Yes.
It is... I just don't know anymore.
Oh. I hate that one of the things... I hate that it's like... Do you want to make him give you his sandwich? No. He's going through some shit. Don't take his fucking sandwich. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so how the fuck do I talk to Titus again? It says that the next thing I have to do is Titus related. Get the whole story. He really got into claws, yeah. There is a question that I did not ask her because I thought that it would be really insensitive, but I guess I'll ask her. But I don't want to. Yeah. I was gonna make that joke. Oops. The joke of like, they're 4 pansies. They are pansies.
Hello, officer? Not my favorite topic, but okay. I'm 89% sure.
Does that mean you're 11%?
You know how it is.
You do know how it is.
It's so hard to play a dum-dum in this kind of a conversation.
Maybe you don't.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're closer.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here. Let me make this 100% clear that assaulted.
There we go.
Would I be as flippant if I had been?
And
I think he was in a security.
And they lynched him?
She nods.
They're making it sound like I haven't talked to her enough. And this is the only thing that I haven't, like, really...
We partied. A lot of partying.
From Titus. About her and Titus's relationship. That's where you heard it.
Yes. We made balloon animals, drank lemon. It's not, sir.
What else?
Stimulants.
Whoa. After so much drinking and drugs?
Untraditionally, officer. I guess you can say that, yes.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs. At the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
God, I don't want to keep
I'm
like
89% sure. You know how it is.
You do know how it is. There are numerous...
In conclusion, officer, I'm sure there is one person in the world who does. I mean, there are so many people. But let me make... How about we, you know, change the subject to something more lighthearted now?
Fuck, okay.
It's you again. What is it?
God.
Again. How many people?
Or send them to reunion to rot. For 20 years. Oh, so you are...
So he's hanging a man, slowly, without breaking his neck.
About...
don't know what to do. I hate that. Like, I enjoy this game so much, but I hate that every time I play it, I'm like, I'm not sure how to proceed. Like, the pace, again, it might just be the build that I'm doing, but the pacing in it is so difficult for me. I had the same issue with the opposite build. Oh, God. Well, what do I do? The game is like... Have you thoroughly inspected the body? The body's gone. Have you looked around for a witness? We already talked to what's-his-butt. Did you get friendly with the union boss and the company rep? I've exhausted dialogue for both of them. Have you really gotten to Klasia? Which, again, I don't think there's anything else I can talk to her about.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Okay, y'all. I'm putting you in emote only because I'm tired of looking over and every single time I do seeing somebody fucking arguing about our rules. I know that it can be frustrating. I get it. It's a game where I'm telling you, hey, there's a big mystery and all kinds of shit going on, but please don't talk about what you think could be happening or other stuff that could be going on or what happened in your own playthrough. That's fine. Okay? I get it. But... there's a reason we literally say don't backseat, don't spoil, and we give you an alternative. You can go to Discord. There's a channel in there. And if you mess up and you say a thing in here, most likely it's just getting deleted so I don't see it. You get timed out if you start arguing and bickering about shit. So please chill the fuck out, everybody. God damn, you all rile each other up so much. Wait, you have to use a skill point to forget a thought? Wait, really? What the fuck? Interesting.
Hello again, officers.
I like your painting, Cindy. Okay, I think we should just go to Andre. I'm sick of this Old Town Martinez vibe. I want creepy fishing village Martinez. Let's go. Hell yeah. It's interesting that, like, you say that the opposite build was also difficult. Like, I guess the best thing to do is be well-rounded. I guess. Which is typically not the case. Normally you would want to be like, I want to be really good at a few things. But maybe in this game that kind of bites you in the butt to like focus on a certain type of skill. Oh. I'll release you in a minute. I'm just cooling off.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Do I have composure clothing? Oh my god, I do. Okay. Whatever works.
That. Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low.
Oh shit, this is
about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels.
Right. Because we knew eventually I was gonna start getting withdrawals. My magnesium level is fine.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
Well, it's low, but it's still doable.
You close your eyes and
But just a
puts a grin on your face just.
Goodbye, officer.
Like, surely Kim would look at all this and be like, ah, they're making drugs. Even though I failed that check, like, come on.
Yes, what is it?
With every blip of progress, we are stalled again. I'm going to take a break. I gotta go potty. But enjoy the music or the ads. One sec.
Sorry, I just need another minute, so you got time to grab a drink or pee or whatever you gotta do.
Okay, hello. Ugh. Hello, hello, hello. Hi. I realized I hadn't grabbed the eggs for the day. I wanted to make sure that I grabbed them before the ladies started meandering back over to the coop by the end of the day. They've all gotten to the point now where, so when you first, like, get chickens, they're like a clique, right? They all stick together. They're like, we're all chickens. They're something else. We got to stick together, right? And then once they're more comfy, they'll all go off and do their own thing. So when I go outside, it's like a fun game of like, where are the chickens? Rosie Posey is typically just like chilling on the grass, She'll just be laying there, like, not getting into any mischief. Bergie has a specific spot underneath a tree that she likes to sit. Actually, the guerrilla gardening spot. Which is why I know that if I, like, set that up to grow some things, they would till it for me. And then there's fucking Mrs. Hudson. I had moved all of the plants to the front of the house so that it would be easier to water them. And I'm like calling out for them. I'm like, there's Rosie Posey, there's Bergie. I was like, Mrs. Hudson, where are you? And I heard her going. I was like, okay, she's at the front of the house. I come around the corner. And our chive plant is called Kraken. Kraken was absolutely decimated by the chickens like the first week that they were here. And so I hid him for a while. I wanted him to get some sun today. So I put him with the other plants, but like surrounded him with other things. And she just leaned over and ate it all up again. So my poor Kraken plant. What can you do? Not bad. These are sweet and sour haikus.
A metal payphone.
I still never tried to use one of these.
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this?
Kim hasn't told me not to.
End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre?
Say you're not Pierre. That seems like a better idea. You don't know why.
No.
Do you have any news about Pierre?
Who is Pierre?
He's my sister's grandson. He used to visit me as a lad. Fine young man. But who are you then? A salesman of some sort? Modern goods are rubbish, and I can't afford them anyhow. It's a shame what you did to our country.
I'm a police
To
officer.
hell with the police. To hell with you.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until the call suddenly disconnects. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not.
Who does he think I'm calling?
Calling.
Again.
Still calling. Someone with a masculine voice picks up.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Sorry, wrong number.
Don't worry about it, buddy. Happens to all of us. You have a nice day now.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone. Calling, calling, calling. Still.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
Slight change of plans delivered to the whirling in rags. Oh my god.
The phone gets hanged up fast as lightning. All you hear is a little shuffle of nylon as the hand moves on the other end. Disconnect tone.
One more.
Calling.
Kim, I'm sorry.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
What are you tired
Writing. I hate writing so much. But I have to get back to it.
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone, just silence in the handset. Lucky you, the call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying. You close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial, then pull down on the number. Then move one up and repeat the motion twice. Strange. This is not how you started before.
Keep dialing.
414447 1117 361. Your
Is this an
fingers
ARG?
keep moving like a spider. Every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal. Yes. 451, 67, 451, 451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion, far away. A distant network of phones, calling, in pitiful and terrifying. You feel your pulse rise with each ring, calling still, ringing by the bedside of a dark but capacious apartment with long windows. You know this to be true. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. The lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp.
What is
The sea
happening?
wind blows. You just do. And you know it is going to hurt.
Am I calling her?
You can't. Some strange force is keeping the headset glued to your hand. Your ear listening to the ring in the speaker. Calling, 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 calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you've ever heard.
Hello?
Oh, I'm clutching my heart.
Hmm. Who is this? Dora, who is this? The connection is bad.
In the distorted distance, you hear someone turning next to her. Bed springs rattle.
Oh god, I'm a dum-dum. I don't think I would hide it.
No answer. You're not sure, but you think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise.
No, no. It's you, isn't it? It's you.
Oh god, she does not like hearing from me. Why does this say proceed? Like, continue the conversation? But, like, what the fuck is this?
A sigh. She heard you, but she does not hang up. And neither do you. You can't. That's it. You're caught in a trap. It'll take quite a while for the shit circus to end.
Oh god.
What? Oh no. Is that you?
Why is this the thing I have to say?
You're not a revolutionary, Harry. You're drunk.
I'm not drunk or high, I'm just hurt.
Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours.
Who am I? You sound like you
What do
know
you
me.
want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
This must be like, oh god. If I take one more hit of morale damage, I'll die.
She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money.
Interesting. I can dial the number again.
Metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bitter, caustic taste on the tip of...
I feel like... I don't think there's a point to calling again. Like, maybe I'll find stuff out, but I think it'll kill me. Like, in-game kill me. It's so difficult just trying to like find threads to yank at. I can't get the signatures.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning? Sure. What's on your mind? Yes, they even...
A pleasure.
Yes. It's a load. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end. They used them. What's the master? It's a beautiful piece of... I tried to get Mikhail to...
The kid takes a peek at the green and...
Actually, 10 years ago...
Wait, he did it. This is all Ninsy-Pinsy.
Yes. Tape computer. But of course. What else?
My phone keeps beeping at me. What's going on? A microwave you looked at once is back in stock. Thanks, Amazon app. I find that invigorating. Oh my god, I was telling Sam, I think I realized something. So, the kitchen in this house, it's like big. I can't remember exactly where I was going with starting off with it's big, but there's like a bunch of like oddly shaped cabinets, right? And one of the cabinets where we keep our plates and things, I kept looking at and being like, why is there an outlet in here? There's literally an outlet with like a splitter attached to it. Like there was a bunch of stuff plugged in this cabinet. I was like, what the fuck? This is so strange. Like, what was this for? And then it hit me that the shape of this cabinet that we're keeping all of our plates in, it's definitely where they put their microwave. And so now I'm like, Sam, should we put our microwave in the cabinet? But we have no idea where we would put our plates instead.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Nothing. I just literally don't know what to do in this game. I'm stuck. bitch.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Yes?
Is this check? I'm realizing. Is this check the one at the car? When you turn on his radio station? We're gonna try it.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Oh, it won't let me do it.
This is the Kupris Kinema. My motor. The Kupris.
But this is.
You're right. I didn't think. Really? Well, I'm not indifferent on the matter either. No, I'm afraid not. A motorized vehicle, officer. I'm sure you are familiar with the concept. We've had
In the cabin, you see a set of... As you tap on the...
No. That's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing.
The white sword. Your fingers waste no time closing around. You feel an uninterrupted... After a while, you realize silence. Of course, it's only in your head. The smell of... I'm good. Despair creeps into you. Getting fat on your weakness.
Okay,
Whatever.
well.
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving end of so much.
We had to
Nothing
die
you can say.
eventually. We had to have at least one death today.
Cop gives up. The detective...
Ugh. Okay, chat. What? Like, I don't even know how to ask where to go to like get anywhere in this game without like I can't just say give me a hint. I feel like maybe I can. I don't know. Would looking up a walkthrough help? I'm scared to do that because people can do things in different orders depending on their builds and stuff. It's literally what I was just looking at. It was my journal. Like, I hate that it won't let me mail the thing without 2 signatures on it. I hate that you can't just be like, yeah, it's got him. I guess, like, for those of you who know my progression at this point, who should I talk to attempt to progress? I can't get anywhere with Titus. Okay. Someone said idiot doom spiral, so I'm attempting that. I don't have any alcohol to give him, though. So I think I've exhausted what he can tell me, but...
Tequila? What's in an...
Hey, Spot!
Shut up, guy. I was once a reasonably high, so you...
He breathed.
The tale, there are many very...
Are you telling...
Shut the fuck...
The streets in the heart.
Our heroine, what she doesn't know is, well, with no head on his shoulders.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the head... Yes, Gertrude...
Tell him about the 2 feminists.
Fuck, Rose. What?
I read the case.
Right. The wind...
2 women stand.
The women are... When she sees... But there is no light. Ula makes a run. Her body is never recovered. Word on the street is that gave herself...
That part. At least more.
See? Anyway, that's the story of the headless Faun Rider. Pretty crazy, huh? Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you... Damn right it doesn't.
Hard to argue with.
That's the reality situation. No one...
He wants the...
Hi.
Okay. So, what is it that y'all think that I should do? Like, just try every white check that we have, even this shit? I don't want to do this. This is asking for his sandwich. His best friend just died. This one is like, yeah, I feel like I could be a racist. I can't find this one. And this one, I'm not gonna make. Like, I could make it, but I don't think I'm gonna get any, like, skill point out of it. I'm not gonna fucking save scum until I make the checks, guys. So no, I've okay, fine, yes, I'll go talk to Titus. Sure, let's go talk to Titus. That's a great idea. We'll make a lot of progress there. I know, I appreciate the help. I'm just frustrated because I really want to, like, progress in this, and it feels so difficult to, like, get anywhere right now.
It's you again. What is it?
Oh, actually, hold on. So I can save. Are we stuck again? I'm
It's
always.
you again.
That's my secret.
What
I'm
is it?
always stuck.
Again.
I've already done all of this.
About fucking time.
And this is locked. Like I need skill points in order to put anything into rhetoric in order to try this check. But I don't know where to go to get skill points because I've exhausted so much. I've already tried to forge the signatures in my shack. It won't let me. I go in the shack and it doesn't let me do anything. Unless, hold on. I might have been trying to do it wrong. Hold on. Actually, let's try that. Maybe I'm supposed to go in the shack and then use the interact with it. I'm desperate for progression. I'll sell out this whole fucking fishing village just to progress. Kim said, I don't know. I guess I'll follow your lead on this one, which says to me I get to choose. Kim is neutral on it. Okay, let's see.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction.
How do I forge a signature?
On the table, you see a
Try putting on rhetoric clothes. Will it let me retry it if I put on rhetoric clothes? Oh my god. Don't even have rhetoric clothes. Oh, guys. This is not looking good. Oh. Well, sure, I've got my one rhetoric thing on now. It's because I sold the pen. Well, that's why I thought, like, why would they specify the shack unless there was a pen in the shack? That was my logic, but... oh well. Oh well. I can't do nothing. Fuck the world, says my jacket, and also my heart. Oh, those Hulk fists. They're like metal armor. And I'm just wearing them around and no one says anything. It's literally the armor that the dude who died was wearing, and nobody's like, hey, that's sus. No. You can't like redo skill points or anything. I put on a rhetoric shirt. Will you
again.
talk to me now?
What is it?
Nope.
Again.
Yep.
How many people send them to reunion to? But you see, a law.
Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that? That's for the what you.
No, no. We'll still.
Are you deaf? Do you think?
Who do you fucking think does?
That's right.
I think.
No. You did not get. You don't have to keep.
I know, Lizzie.
No name. Yeah.
Quiet.
By the pine.
No. Why don't you ask?
That's enough insinuation for today. Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that?
Who do you fucking think?
It wasn't a. This asshole is worse.
I think.
Yes. There. Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that?
Who do you fucking think?
The sweaty man.
It's not.
I think. You.
Yes. There are. Are you deaf? Do you think?
Who do you fucking think?
Theo's a great guy. A great guy. But come on.
I think. You.
Yes. There are some. Are you deaf? Do you think?
I just
Who
want
do
to
you
exhaust
fucking
it.
think?
Titus.
Oh, there we go. Little extra XP.
No. 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 Fuck no. The big dick is right here, asshole. You're looking at it. Right. Fucking. Here.
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys.
Why? So am I. Now, we hanged it.
Didn't they?
Can you give us a few?
Titus.
We
It's weird to me that we
Then we
still
left
don't
him
know
for
anything about
maggots,
this
and
chick.
You fucks.
With number.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening?
Like what, cop? About fucking time.
Well, we got a smidge of XP. This is a check I've seen before.
Yes?
No response. He just...
Have you tried
There is a sudden, harsh edge.
Really? You look fine. This psychodrama is... You can always use the radio in my kin... What about me? That's correct.
That makes him a bean.
Are they?
A bean,
Now,
oh
what?
Claude.
Where is this going? Interesting. I think it's called the brain. Anyway.
I've come to suspect you have some kind of a thing with Revolutionary Air Brigades.
I do not have a thing. Okay, I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force. Absolutely nothing. Good.
Thanks, my mind is satisfied.
That's because I'm half Seolite. I don't speak a word of Seolite, and I've never met either one of my grandparents. There is nothing ethnic I can tell you, or anyone else. No.
Your brain said it's like you're locked down.
What's happening
Something the
to me?
matter?
What's going on? The lieutenant
There's nothing I
relaxes
can
his-
do.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking. What?
The lieutenant, you're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need officer.
Good.
How am I gonna finish this fucking game? When, like, I have one stream where I make a bunch of progress and then the next stream I make none. It's so frustrating. Hide this because my kid is here. Try that. Let's see if I have enough money.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are
Louse, I've heard they turn people into a...
shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring crime fiction. These books, furthermore, what's more, not a single mention of, you see, a killing is declared. Oh no. Yes, tragedy court. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one. Your quick eye notices a worn paperback from Dick. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Then this is the book for you.
Do books... you can answer this. Do books give XP? Or no? I don't remember the Man from Hyundal books giving XP, but... So far, conflicting answers. Yes, the first time from what I remember. I was given dice. I haven't bought dice, but I have these. Directly from reading, no XP. Okay. Pretty sure I sold my pen. Oh, I didn't. Then how come I can't? Forge it. I have the pen still. I didn't sell it. I thought I must have.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right?
Case solved.
Cracked it. All in a good day's work.
Wait, what did I crack?
What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is.
Oh, the dude over here? It's her husband, the missing husband? Oh.
Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit.
Authority. You do not tend to treat me well. No, I'm an idiot.
There's
Hell
no
yeah.
need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class woman what you found right now.
The dude isn't even there anymore. Oh, goodness. I guess I'll ask for a fucking sandwich. Hi, I know your friend just died, but can I have a sandwich?
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you...
It won't let me anymore. Okay. It won't let me anymore? Is it on... You spent it already? I gave you more money than the Civil War cost, and you
sorry, officer.
spent it already?
I just can't do...
That's fair. Who am I telling? He ate the quest sandwich. Quest sandwich gone. Head empty. Sure, I'll go talk to her about dice again. I honestly don't know exactly what the dice do, but if they like improve my stats or open up checks or whatever, then it's worth it to go chat with her again. Oh. Imagine coming here to work every day. Like, no thanks.
Oh, it's you again. Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
What's your most
A
extraordinary
star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure? Alright, maybe some other die then.
I don't know what any of these do. Cursed die.
How about an amber die? Who told you amber was cheap? It's beautiful, really, and has been treasured since the ancient times. For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from a piece of amber with a fossilized insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let go of their past.
Is there a die that I can buy that will specifically help me with Titus? You can answer this.
Maybe you have some other ideas for dice?
Rhetoric is the check. There's a specific one. Okay. So it has to be one that she suggests. It's not any of these, I assume, because otherwise you'd be like, get that one. The radio silence. Okay, I guess I'll just go for it.
How about an amber die? Who told you amber? For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from... Maybe you have some other... How about an... Alright, maybe some other die then? How about an amber die? For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from a piece of amber with... Great.
Sure.
See you in 8 hours then.
8
there anything
hours?
else?
God damn it. I can't. I can't. Like, there's just... I just feel like I'm standing in mud. Like, there's just nothing. Ugh, God. Just quick save and close. I'm done. I can't right now. I can't, like, it's hard because I feel like at first, at least, it was really easy to be like, okay, I'm doing this to myself, right? I'm like not exhausting dialogue. I'm, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not using the clothing. I'm not. I'm using the clothing now. I'm literally asking people everything I can, and I'm stuck. Sucks. That's what I was saying. Yeah, is that it's weird because normally in a game, it is nice to be like kind of rounded out, but generally, if you can focus on like your strengths, so to speak, right? You're rewarded for that. And I think we have been rewarded for that in some ways, and in other ways I'm like we have like there's just Yeah. Yeah, I also feel that way. I was hoarding skill points for a hot minute there, and people were like, you don't need to hoard that many. And then I kind of went to the complete opposite side and just stopped hoarding any. I think because the game also, as you're playing it, is constantly making checks, right? So there's also this mental feeling of like, well, what if I have a conversation with somebody and I miss out on a check that's going to happen in that conversation that I have no control over? So there's simultaneously pressure to like keep skill points and also to spend them immediately. Well, what are you gonna do? Do drugs reopen white checks? I think somebody said that drugs up your stats generally, but I'm trying to do straight edge. Am I also gonna have to not do straight edge in order to make it? I don't know. Have you tried drugs is quite the recommendation. It applies for this game, yeah. And also, just because your stats go up doesn't mean that white checks open up, right? I have no guarantee. I mean, I guess somebody could tell me, but I have no guarantee that I'm going to do drugs and then have my stats go up, but then when I go to try and like do a check, it's still locked, right? I feel like it's probably the same line of thinking as the clothing, right? We put on clothing to up our rhetoric, but it didn't change anything about the fact that the conversation was locked. So I mean, all of the main story stuff, the like main checks open up over and over and over again through progression, right? If you're failing it and you go and talk to somebody else, it might reopen because it's like, oh, you know new information now, so you have a +1, right? Which is why when we go to talk to Titus, even though it's locked, you can see it's like +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, right? Like we have so much shit there. Depending on your thoughts, you can get in Thought Cabinet. One might unlock white checks. You have to have skill points to even unlock the slot to do Thought Cabinet shit. Or you have to use a skill point to take a thought out of your Thought Cabinet and then reapply it. And then reapply a new one. Like, everything requires skill points. And I'm having a really hard time getting skill points right now because I've exhausted almost everything. Anyway, how are you guys doing? How's life? Honestly, this is kind of impressive. I just committed too hard, I guess. I committed too hard. I really shot myself in the foot. I'm just gonna, I might try to not spoil myself, but look up some options for myself. We'll see. Yeah, I know. I know that. Thank you. I don't want any more suggestions. I'm tilted. Suggestions are closed. I asked how you guys are doing. Please tell me how you're doing. Tired. Me too. Gym was rough on me. Oh man. Thank you for reminding me to do some of these. I love listening to the narrator's voice. Yeah, it's their first voice acting gig. It's pretty tight. I got the Pfizer yesterday. Achy arm. Same! Achy arm. Got it yesterday. So did Sam. Sam slept like shit because he sleeps on this arm. Crick boy! Hey buddy, how are you? I miss you too, bud. When the world opens, one of us can visit the other. Oh, don't tell him. Don't tell him about the poor chive plant. Yeah, they let him choose, but Sam is slightly ambidextrous because he's left-handed naturally, but was encouraged to use his right hand for shit. So he was like, well, this is my mouse arm. This is the hand that I eat with. Like, put it into this one because I think it'll probably be easier. But he forgot that this is the side he sleeps on. Yeah, Mrs. Hudson found you and went to town. I'm so sorry. You were doing so well. I had hid the chive plant. It was regrowing. Nature was healing, and then Mrs. Hudson was like, "Where that chive plant at?" Mrs. Hudson, no, she's sassy. She's sassy. She goes for what she wants. My son is a lefty, but did the same thing. Not my mouse arm. I'm sure that's difficult. My mom is the same. She's left-handed, but was encouraged to use her right hand for everything. So I'm sure in that situation, it's difficult to be like, which one am I okay with being fucked up for a couple of days? Yeah, dude. Is it the chive's fault for being delicious? No. It's my fault because I put it in the line of fire for Mrs. Hudson. I was like, surely it'll be fine as long as it's behind a couple of other plants. And Mrs. Hudson was like, bitch, I can fly. Rude. Some Valentines. Akabara said, this Valentine is for Dodger. Congrats on your first dose of the vaccine. Thank you. I hope the side effects are mild. You did your part for those of us who can't get vaccinated. And to help end this mess, remember, you're awesome. Thank you. Yeah, just doing what I can. Burgers says, thanks Dooga in chat for distracting me during my preparation for my lighting concept presentation. Oof, I was always terrible at lighting, so you're gonna crush it. You are smarter than I. Shire Livin says, I've been absent for a while. I finally got over my medical stuff from ages ago, and I'm clear. Paid the last installment of my bills this last Friday. Played Vampire the Masquerade and D&D the same day. I turned 22 last Thursday, so I hope everyone else is doing just as good. If not, then my got loves a cuddle, so come get an armful of kitty. Lepa says, your accent as A-list is great. Thank you. And your RP is a joy. Also, chat, you're cute. Mods, extra cute. Kim, the cutest. And Cat Rider says, Pride Month is approaching, y'all. Let's be kind to one another. Remember, in places globally marginalized LGBTQIA plus individuals have an even harder time because of COVID. Please support them as much as you can. Absolutely. Good Valentine's, guys. Let's see. Exoven suggested Liv Harris. Are they live? Some music stuff. I woke up and I had a dream with you guys in it. We were hanging out over Christmas. That's very cute and wholesome, and I love it. Look, if you want to have a wacky Christmas, come to England. Sam's family is so fucking extra. We've always got a bed for you, bud. Chaotic Connie, thank you for the 11 months. Latheris for subscribing. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you. Missy, thank you for the 16, and Saden for the 59, Witch Tea for the 38, Sayan Adam for the 58, April for the 35, Buttons for the 2, Cynical Singer for the 45, Kira Gather for the 10, Mr. Peters for the 2, Cookie for the 46, Jam Buddies the 3rd. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much. Mr. Coolness, thank you for the raid. Griffin for the 61, Zaraki for the 11, Sir Serpentine for the 47, Jimmy the Brush for the 32, Fox B for the 26, Xbox John Brown for the 6, Tactical Luke for the 48, happy 4 years, happy anniversary, Michael for the 78, Frake Mall for the 39, Blobida for the 84, Hanged Man for the 47, Alpha Mako for the biddies, thank you, Dr. Subterfuge for gifted subs, thank you so much, Glitchy Pixie for the 26, Drakenbolt for the 51, Male Malay for the 42, Trom Tanzer for the 11, Jade Raven Arts for the 33, Actual Swamp Witch, welcome to the Cat Gang, thank you. And Nightish, welcome to the Cat Gang as well. Thank you so much. Silpha, thank you for the 68 months. Sarah called for the 2. Jam Buddies the 3rd. Thank you for the gifted sub. Bad Francis for the 45. D Sharp for the 14. Avi for the gifted sub. Arkham Avalon for the 5. Avi gifted some more gifted subs. Thank you so much. Missed SSB for the 46 and Zencone for the 11. Thank you guys. Thank you all so much. If you were gifted a sub by anybody, double check who it was and be sure to take the time to say thank you. It's very generous. No stream tonight, no extra stream tonight. I've got to do some stuff for 6040, but I will be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so we've got this normal stream and Final Fantasy XIV in the evening. So 2 streams tomorrow if you can make it, if you want to hang out. Otherwise, I'll see you when I see ya. So let's send everybody over to Liv. Doing some music stuff. Spread love, spread joy. I'll see you around. Take care. Bye-bye.